Every time someone earns $1 net, there is $1.76 in debt, which hides wealth inequality that have gotten worse. Today, 20% of richest Canadians have 60% of our wealth. Why do I say this? Because I only have 50 seconds left. That is very true. But it's also to say that this measure is insufficient, and I'll have the opportunity to conclude my remarks after the question period. Indeed, the Honourable Member for Mirabel will have 5.5 minutes for the rest of his comments.
Déclaration de député, statement by members. The Honourable Member for Fredericton Oromocto.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the passing of Gunner Sebastian Halmagian, a brave member of the Canadian Armed Forces. Gunner Halmagian was originally from Hamilton, Ontario, was based at the 5th Canadian Division Support Base Gagetown in Oromocto. He had just deployed to Latvia on Operation Reassurance, his first overseas deployment, with a strong sense of duty to serve his country. Son décès est un perte profondément.
We strongly feel his loss. His loss is felt deeply by the Canadian Armed Forces, and especially by those who served alongside him at the beginning of his very promising career.
His loved ones, and all those who served alongside him. I join all members of the House in offering my sincere condolences to Gunner Sebastian Halmagian's family. May his service never go unrecognized. May he rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Speaker, Essex has recently lost 3 amazing individuals. Sandy Repko was known and decorated for her tireless commitment to her community and her willingness to serve others. At the hockey rink or the basketball court, the council chambers, or a fundraiser, Sandy was there with a smile, helping anyone who asked. Tommy Hulkinen embodied what many of us strive to become. As a loving husband of Tina and father of so many, a God-fearing man and fearless leader of his brothers and sisters at Brotherhood of Carpenters Union, Local 494, by Private Members Bill C-241 will forever be Tommy's. Tom Kistner was my brother in firefighting for many years. I'm sure his finest memories were walking the streets of Kingsville with the love of his life, Robin. He was quiet, but his presence was respected. He taught through example. Sandy, Tommy, and Tom, you were each my friends and mentors in your own special way. Thank you for leaving the world a better place than you found it. You are each truly missed.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize an important development. The decision by the European Union to designate the IRGC as a terrorist organization. This decision reflects the courage and determination of the Iranian people who have endured the IRGC's repression for decades, including the tragic loss of life during the January 2026 uprising. For more than 20 years, democratic opposition leaders and thousands of parliamentarians from around the world have called for this designation, noting the regime's destabilizing activities across the Middle East. This listing must be accompanied by further steps, closing the regime's diplomatic facilities, expelling its agents, cutting off its financial networks, and recognizing the right of Iran's youth to resist tyranny in the pursuit of a democratic republic grounded in human rights. Canada acted by listing the IRGC in 2024, and today I call on the United Kingdom to follow suit and register the IRGC as a terrorist entity. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
I solemnly rise in the House today to offer my most sincere and heartfelt condolences to the family of Canadian Armed Forces Gunner Sebastian Halmagian, or as we knew him, Sebi, a resident of Stony Creek, and someone I've been privileged to know and watch grow up since he was 5 years old. Sebastian was a gunner posted in the 4th Artillery Regiment of the Royal Canadian Artillery. He was on his first overseas deployment in Latvia, where he unfortunately passed away. Sebastian long felt the pride and calling for service to his country and was an outspoken advocate for more young Canadians to join the armed forces. Sebi loved his country and our military. He was a wonderful son, friend, and loyal soldier. Colleagues, please join me in sending our condolences to the family and loved ones of Sébastien Hamajan and to thank them for his service. He will be remembered for his bravery and his loyalty to his country. Sebi, you are a Canadian hero. May God rest your soul.
L'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to express my immense pride in Canada and in my riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Michael Kingsbury, a native of De Montagne, has been chosen to be one of Canada's 2 flag bearers in the Canadian delegation to the 2026 Milano Cortina Winter Olympics. At the end of the week, Michael Kingsbury is an exceptional athlete and an iconic figure in freestyle skiing. He embodies excellence, perseverance, and pushing oneself beyond one's limits. His remarkable achievements inspire an entire generation of young people to believe in their dreams and to strive for excellence. On behalf of the people of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, I congratulate him from the bottom of my heart, and I wish him every success at the Olympic Games, and I wish success to all Canadian athletes at the Canadian Olympics, which begin this week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Milkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay isn't just home to the most beautiful rivers, lakes, and valleys in all of Canada. It's also home to the world-class athletes. First, I want to congratulate my local hockey team, the Penticton Vees. The Vees have a long history of hockey in Penticton. In 1955, they won the World Championships. In 2012, they won the National Championships. And now, in their first season in the WHL, they just completed a 14-game winning streak. Go, Vees, go. Then there are the siblings Jasmine and Remy Drolet from Rossland, who will be going for gold at the Winter Olympics this month in cross-country skiing. Thank you for your hard work. The whole community will be cheering you on. No one will stop Canada when we go for the gold.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, community organizations contribute to our lives in countless ways. At my annual New Year's levy, we celebrated 16 organizations in Don Valley West with anniversaries up from 5 to 75 years in 2025 and 2026. Today I want to lift up 4 celebrating this year. Flemington Community Support Services, working with some of our community's most vulnerable people, and the York Mills Chinese Association, which ensures newcomers have a great start, both with 10 years of service. The Canadian Language Museum, which for 15 years has promoted all languages used in Canada, the Leaside Garden Society, beautifying our community for 40 years, and Glendon campus of York University with 60 years of bilingual post-secondary education in Ontario. These organizations enhance our community and provide opportunities to meet, learn, and grow. It was a pleasure to honor their contributions in our community, a privilege to stand in this chamber and recognize their success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John, St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, in the last year alone, the price of groceries has gone way, way up again. Families are spending over $1,000 more on groceries today than just a year ago. The Liberals say it's not their fault, but that's not true. Canada has the highest food inflation in all the G7. Why are Canada's food prices so high? Because the Liberals put a tax on food packaging. They put taxes on the farmers and the truckers who deliver our food to grocery stores. And Liberals will not increase competition in grocery chains. Will the Liberals back our Conservative plan for food affordability, a plan that lets Canadians keep more of their hard-earned dollars? Or will Liberals keep inflating food prices with ever and ever higher taxes?
L'honorable député Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the little guy from Saint-Cœur-de-Marie, Michel Marc Bouchard. He is a world-renowned playwright. He showcases Quebec's culture around the world. And now we are proud that his name has been added to the sign of the Alma Community and Cultural Centre. As an icon of Quebec culture, Michel-Marc Bouchard has always promoted love in all of its forms in over 25 plays that have earned him numerous awards both here and abroad. Even though his plays have been performed on the major stages of the world, Michel-Marc Bouchard still deeply loves his hometown. In his words, and I quote, "Every year I come back, I make my way to Lac-Saint-Jean as one returns to an old song that has been forgotten. I come back to breathe the air that watched me grow up. I come back to the familiar laughter and silences that sometimes speak louder than words." Michel, you have always known how to depict reality through the codes and language of theatre. That language often speaks louder than words themselves. You always speak for your work, for your artistic courage, and for your love of Quebec and Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, as we observe Black History Month, I rise today to recognize the enduring contributions, resiliency, and legacy of Black communities in Nova Scotia and also across Canada. In South Shore St. Margaret's, we are home to a significant chapter in Black Canadian history. The Black Loyalist Heritage Centre in Birchtown preserves the stories of the Black Loyalists, men, women, and children who sought freedom, built communities, and helped shape this country despite the immense injustice. Once the largest free Black settlement in British North America, Birchtown remains a powerful symbol of perseverance and hope. I want to recognize the staff, volunteers, and descendants who ensure these stories are never forgotten. Last fall, I was also honored to attend the unveiling of the No. 2 Construction Battalion Monument in Shelburne, commemorating Canada's first and only all-Black military battalion. Black History Month is Canadian history. This month is a time to learn, reflect, and share. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My province of Saskatchewan has long held the distinction of feeding the world. Yet Canada today has the distinction of leading the G7 in food inflation. Food prices in Canada are rising twice as fast as they were when this Prime Minister took office. In Saskatoon today, there are over 24,000 visits a month to the food bank, a record high, and it's climbing. Rising food prices are a direct result of the industrial carbon tax, which drives up the costs of equipment, fertilizer, and food processing. Conservatives are ready to fast-track through Parliament proposals that will reverse the highest food inflation in the G7. Let's start by eliminating the industrial carbon tax, the 17 cents a litre fuel standards tax, boost competition in grocery chains, and cut red tape for all farmers.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, it's with heavy hearts that we mourn the passing of Miguel Domingues, a cherished leader, musician, and a pillar of the Portuguese community. Miguel was a maestro of his beloved Banda do Sagrado Coração de Jesus of Toronto for decades, and the conductor of the Banda do Senhor San Cristo. In their words, he stood at the helm of these marching bands, guiding its musicians with passion and an unwavering love for music. Under his baton, the bands not only flourished musically, but also served as a vital touchstone for the community. Miguel's powerful operatic voice and leadership ensured that their cultural traditions remained alive, bringing joy and a sense of belonging to the countless festivals, processions, and concerts. His legacy is written in the notes he taught and in the camaraderie that he fostered among the band members he mentored. He will be remembered not only for his musical talent, but for his dedication to the arts and his commitment to preserving our unique heritage. He was a dedicated husband, a loving father, and our deepest condolences go to his extraordinary wife.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Hope and unity. rhetoric over results. Conservatives are returning to Ottawa ready to fight for Canadians. This weekend's convention sent a clear message. Nearly 90% of support for our leader from across our country. A landslide mandate for unity, for hope and results. Contrast that with 10 years of Liberal failure. Housing out of reach, food unaffordable, crime rampant, immigration broken. The Prime Minister changed the rhetoric but not the reality. He grows government, divides Canadians, blocks projects. Conservatives empower people. We will cut taxes, cut red tape, lower costs, unlock our potential, our ingenuity, and get our resources to market. Yeah. This is the momentum we saw from Calgary, united around work, family, and country. To those carrying the country on their back, feeling unseen, underappreciated, and overworked, Conservatives see you. Yeah. Conservatives will fight for you, and we will restore the promise of Canada for you.
The honourable member for Mont-Saint-Bruno, l'Acadie.
Monsieur le Président, le mois de février.
Mr. Speaker, February is Black History Month. This is an important time to recognize the contribution of Black people to Canada's history, culture, and development. From workers to artists, from entrepreneurs to community leaders, Black people have helped build Canada from coast to coast, including in my riding of Mont-Saint-Bruno, l'Acadie. For me, this moment is also personal.
It is meaningful. It's a moment of pride, gratitude, and responsibility. Après 15 ans de vie.
I have lived here for 15 years now. Taking the floor in the House of Commons during Black History Month is a significant achievement for me. This month is a time for reflection. It reminds us of the importance of fighting racism and of continuing to work toward equity, justice, and inclusion.
Equity, justice, and dignity for all. Ensemble,
together, let's continue to build a strong Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
For a weekend in Calgary, Mr. Speaker, thousands of delegates, hundreds of observers, and a resounding 87% support for the leader. Thank you, Conservatives. If there is one thing clear from this weekend, it's that the Conservative Party is a united, younger, energetic, and more diverse party than ever before, and that is directly a result of this leader and his efforts. So now that our members have made that clear and the Liberal fear and schmear campaign dies with a whimper, let this Parliament get to work. Conservatives have endorsed hopeful solutions that ensure safer streets, young people have more job opportunities, and affordable home ownership returns. It is these hardworking men and women who do everything right and are too often left behind by these Liberals. These are the people who have joined our party, who showed up in Calgary, who support this team, who knocked on doors from coast to coast, who demand action and expect results. To them I say, we see you, we hear you, we're ready to get the work done, and under this leader, you'll never be left behind.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Dance. Don't say dance. That is the spirit, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, the sound isn't coming through for some reason or other. We'll start from the top for the honourable member for Yukon.
Dance, don't say dance. That is the spirit, Mr. Speaker, of the upcoming 13th annual Yukon African Music Festival. Qui aurait pu croire dans l'obscurité?
Who could have believed that in the darkness and cold of early February, the African community in Yukon could bring us music, light, and joy to get rid of the winter blues?
Yukon African Music Festival, organized by Yukon's Talia International, highlights the rich variety of African culture. Award-winning artists from around the globe will be on stage or showcasing their work, bringing Yukoners of all backgrounds together in honor of African heritage. Beyond dancing and music, Talia offers workshops and events about Black history, African culture, social change, leadership, music, and youth empowerment. Join me in congratulating Leonard Boniface and the board and volunteers with Yukon's Talia International for putting together yet another amazing event. Asante sana, Mr. Speaker, and see you on the dance floor.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Today is Groundhog Day. government is back with the same recycled ideas on grocery prices. They promised a grocery rebate years ago, and food bank lines got longer. They spent years talking about affordability, and prices kept climbing. They promised action, but after all of that bluster, groceries will cost a family of 4 more than $1,000 extra this year compared to last. Wow. And now they're back at it again, offering the same inflationary plan, $10 a week off of a $300 grocery bill, and that's not even for everybody. So why are Canadians supposed to believe them this time?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
It might be that my colleague was more concerned about their own future, but on this side of the House, we were concerned about the future of Canadians. That's right. There's a lot to be rejoiced today, Mr. Speaker. That's why I see the Conservatives so enthusiastic. It's Monday and we have good news. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because we did the second reading of C-19, Mr. Speaker. C-19, that's why I see all the Conservatives smiling, Mr. Speaker, because they know that helping 12 million Canadians is why Canadians sent us here. Mr. Speaker, we're going to build a strong Canada. We're going to build strong families because we believe in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
I don't think he grasps the irony of today. In 2023, that same finance minister promised that he would, quote, bring price stability to Canadians. He summoned the grocery CEOs to Ottawa. He promised competition. He promised affordability. And then he delivered 2 more years of whatever that was. Now in Canada, we have the highest food inflation in the G7, and over 2 million people are lined up at a food bank every single month. The groundhog saw his shadow today. Will the finance minister finally see his, or will Canadians get the same Trudeau policies that we had for 10 years?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'm so happy to see that some Conservatives are actually reading what we're saying, Mr. Speaker, and listening. I think they should listen to Canadians because that would help them, perhaps, Mr. Speaker. 12 million Canadians are going to be benefiting for our measure, Mr. Speaker. 12 million Canadians. This is not something to shout about. This is something to rejoice, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House, we meet Canadians where they are. Canadian has told us, give us a boost, give us a bridge, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build a stronger economy in the G7. We're going to be there for Canadians. We're going to build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Are literally the definition of insanity. 3 years ago, this finance minister promised Canadians that he would solidify food prices. Today, he's tabling the tired Trudeau policy that failed the first time. The only results of Liberal policy is Canada has the highest food inflation in the G7, twice that of the United States, and Canadian families are paying more than almost $18,000 a year just on food. So will the Liberals support real affordability plan, cancel their hidden taxes on food, or will they continue with this insanity?
Right on.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, the Daily Bread Food Bank, the CEO of Food Banks Canada, Food, Health and Consumer Products of Canada, and Roots Community Food Centre in my own riding, Mr. Speaker. These are all food centres that have praised the work of the government and the new groceries and essentials benefit that many are saying will provide relief exactly when people need it. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, across the aisle, these Conservatives talk and talk and talk, but do they ever support a good idea? No. They have no idea what to do. All they know how to do is oppose and deny the help their own constituents want and need.
Wow.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
It's going to hurt the Honourable Member, but under Conservative government, the average weekly food cost was about $160 a month or week. Now it has more than doubled under the Liberals to $340 a week. The facts are that the Liberal policies are driving up food prices to Canadians. The fact are 2.2 million Canadians are using a food bank every single month. And the reasons for the food prices aren't a secret. It's an industrial carbon tax, a fuel standards tax, driving up the costs on food, fuel, fertilizer, and farm equipment. So again, will the Liberals support a real food affordability plan, a Conservative plan, or will they continue to drive up food prices?
The Honourable Minister.
Talking about imaginary taxes instead of the real things that help Canadian families. Last week I met with provinces and territories from across the country who all agree that, for example, the early learning and childcare system is saving families in in all of our jurisdictions, sometimes up to, Mr. Speaker, $14,000 a year. That's the kind of thing that Conservatives vote against. Whether it's a school nutrition program, support for families raising children, or now a groceries and essentials benefit that will help some of the most vulnerable in our community, they say no to their Conservatives, even their Conservative voters.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation. In 2023, the Minister of Industry, however, stated that the Liberal government had obtained a commitment from major grocery chains in Canada to stabilize and lower prices. Then in September 2023, the same minister threatened to use all means at the government's disposal to force them to lower grocery prices. In October of the same year, the minister claimed victory, saying, and I quote, Canadians will see discounts, price freezes, and competitive pricing programs. Today, food inflation in Canada is twice as high as in the United States. What happened to his promise? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to see that my honourable friend is able to list all of the measures we are putting forward to help Canadians. In fact, 12 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, will benefit, and I can see it in his smile today. He's pleased because it's the second reading has begun. He can go into his riding and say, thanks to the Liberal government, we are standing up for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I see his colleagues, they're all getting ready. You know, I'll invite him, and I think there are more bits of great news. I'll invite him to ask another question because there's more great news. It's Monday. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we've already mentioned that we will not be against giving $10 off coupons to Canadians a week, but the same minister at Industry 2 years ago said that the Federal Financial Consumer Agency would actually be monitoring price reductions at major grocery chains. But what we're seeing is that food costs have gone twice as high. What does he have to say about that? The Honourable Minister of Finance. I get the sense that they want more great news, Mr. Speaker. $500 million for the Strategic Response Fund for structural measures in Quebec, in Canada. Additional funding for food banks, national strategy for food security, standardization of labeling. Not only are we acting on one-time basis to support Canadian families now, we're also making food security at the heart of the government's business. I'd invite all members of this House to vote in favour of the bill. Let's move forward for Canadians and build a strong Canada. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, retirees have been waiting 9 months for their old age security checks, and they still haven't received a penny. And that's because this government refuses to fix the glitches in its new CURAM software. It's been aware of the problem since June, when it was informed of them by its officials. And yet, as recently as Friday, the government House leader told us that they would correct the errors if there are any. Well, there are, Mr. Speaker. The civil servants are telling us that's the case. Retirees as well. How many alarm bells will it take before the federal government takes action?
State for seniors.
Although this delay is already any time too much, a large number of retirees have received their benefits without delay. The department is working to address any problems these clients may encounter. We continue to improve the process for delivery of these benefits. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, this infamous CURAM software depriving retirees of their old age pension is costing us a pretty penny on top of everything else. We're talking a cost overrun of over almost $5 billion. That's 10 times the amount of the SACLIC scandal for software that doesn't work. At that price, with these failures preventing seniors from receiving their pensions and enjoying their retirement, shouldn't the government do something?
Minister of Jobs and Families.
The department is working with the agency to address the cases where individuals have a hard time accessing their benefits. Over 98% of old age security recipients are receiving them without delay. This is a system that is decades old and has been viable. We would invite the member across the way to provide names, and then we will be able to help these individuals. The member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, imagine retiring and then not receiving your pension payments for 9 months. Imagine what that does to your financial planning. Some people need their pension to pay their rent. Some people need it to pay their groceries. Imagine being in their shoes and hearing the government act as if everything were running smoothly. The Bloc Québécois has called for an investigation into the problems caused by the Curran software for retirees and these cost overruns. Will the government cooperate? The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors. Our government protects data. We've increased old age security payments. We provide dental care and also housing for seniors. We are modernizing the system so seniors can get better services. We would invite the members across the way to provide the names of individuals who need help, and we will help them.
Long-range mountain.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has some of the highest food inflation in the G7, and Canadians are paying for it at the grocery store. Food bank use has more than doubled, with over 2 million visits every month from people who simply cannot afford groceries. The industrial carbon tax raises costs for farm equipment, fertilizer, and food processors. The Liberals' fuel standard tax raises fuel price for truckers, driving up the cost to getting food to store shelves. Even government reports admit these increases flow through the supply chain to grocery bills. So will this government support our motion to introduce a food affordability plan to eliminate the industrial carbon tax and the fuel standard tax?
Hear, hear. The Honourable
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In another week, in the same tired notes and the same rhetoric that's intended to be nothing but obstruction. I can tell this opposition member from Newfoundland and Labrador that I hear from her constituents regularly. They want us to continue to work on the supports that are important, not just to my province of Newfoundland and Labrador, but the entire country. True affordability measures, growth that will build this country, support workers, stop the nonsense. Let's get to work.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Liberal policies will never lower grocery prices with rebates or temporary fixes. As an example, Bill C-19, we won't block it, but small rebates don't make food cheaper at the checkout. I've heard from retirees in Newfoundland and Labrador who sit just above the GST credit threshold. They get no benefit at all, yet they face the same high grocery prices as everyone else. This temporary measure won't reduce the price of a single item in a grocery store. It's an admission that Liberal policies have driven up the cost of living, and now they're sending checks instead of fixing the problem. Will they support our food affordability plan?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An absolute example of political rhetoric. What will help families is when we support workers, when we build this country, when we put support in rural communities, infrastructure. These are real supports. $10 a day childcare allows women to get into the workforce. The child family benefit, dollars in parents' pockets. Let's stop the nonsense. People, Canadians, Newfoundlanders and Labradorians want us to work for them. Please stop this and let's work together.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, Canada now leads the G7, but for the wrong reason, actually, for food inflation. Prices are raising twice as fast as when the Prime Minister took office. The Liberals are taxing producers and shippers. Their fuel tax will cost up to $1,000 per household. Taxing farmers and truckers means taxing families. Conservatives are proposing eliminating the fuel standards tax, increasing competition in the grocery sector. Can we count on their support? The Honourable Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the current circumstances, what really matters to Canadians is to gain back their spending power. That's what we're working on. We're building jobs. We're rebuilding our businesses. And we're also working on this by giving Canadians a number of measures. In my riding alone, and her riding alone, the child tax benefit will have an effect. $8,000 $6 per child effect per family, and that's also an effect that is to be inaudible. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, if that were working, I think we'd know by now. The only thing we know is that we are champions among the G7 countries when it comes to food inflation. My question is this: will the government simply finally stop taxing the middle class and instead support our plan, which, 1, eliminates the fuel standards tax, and 2, increases competition among grocery store chains? It's simple. The only Parliamentary Secretary. Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nature is important, yes, Speaker, because we have to address the issues of climate change, and this is why we shouldn't get rid of every carbon tax, because climate is the thing that has the highest effect on consumer prices. But in the meantime, what we are doing is that we're giving Canadians the means to have more capacity to buy things. We have to put an end to this obstruction. They need to work with common sense measures to help Canadians. That's what we are doing.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, after a decade of Liberal government, Canada has gone from having the strongest middle class in the G7 to the highest food inflation in the G7. A full-time job used to put food on the table. Now it does not even guarantee a full cart of groceries. The government keeps claiming it's helping, yet food inflation has doubled since the Prime Minister took office. Canadians are still paying for more groceries than what they get in the rebate. It's a $10 coupon on a $300 grocery bill for little food. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and he eats for a day. But give Canadians the means to provide, they can eat every day. Right. If this Liberal government truly believes no one in Canada should go hungry, will it support our motion to introduce a food affordability plan?
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, we are delivering relief for Canadians when they need it the most, and according to the Canadian Labour Congress, strengthening the GST credit, now the Canadian Groceries and Essentials benefit, will help many Canadians trying to make ends meet. For 12 million people, this support will mean more breathing room when deciding between groceries, rent, medicine, and everyday essentials. This builds on our affordability plan, which includes cutting taxes, dental care, child care, pharmacare for millions of Canadians. This is about fairness and making sure we'll be there to support Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, rebates don't fix problems, they confirm them. That's right. This Liberal government is offering rebates as they've run out of answers. Canadians are being forced to pay $12 billion more in inflationary deficits because grocery inflation spiraled out of control with this Liberal government. Families in my community are demanding lower prices for food. Experts are clear. Food costs more because of endless taxes, regulations, and red tape that drive up the cost of growing, shipping, and buying food in Canada. When families are well fed, communities thrive. So instead of following Trudeau's path of ineffective rebates, I ask again, will the Liberal government support our motion to introduce a food affordability plan to bring relief to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member speaks about relief, and we are delivering that through the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. A family of 4 will receive $1,900 a year, but to address the root causes of food insecurity, we are strengthening Canada's food supply by supporting Canadian producers and local greenhouses, that's small businesses, Mr. Speaker. We're building the National Food Security Strategy so food stays affordable and available. According to Food Secure Canada, this is a serious win for Canadians.
Nice.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has doubled down again. Since he took office, food inflation has doubled. Compared to the United States, food inflation has doubled. Since the Liberals took power, food back usage has doubled. The Liberal fuel standard tax already adds 7 cents per litre to the cost of fuel. This Prime Minister wants to more than double that to 17 cents per litre, further increasing food inflation. Will the Liberal government support our food affordability plan by eliminating both the industrial carbon tax and the fuel standard tax, which will provide double the relief for Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they're back from Calgary. They heard moral...
mean, I wouldn't call that an incendiary statement. From the top, the Honourable Government Officer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in Calgary, they heard more old hits than at the Elvis tribute show at the casino. And they come back and repeat them just like the leader writes it out for them in the back rooms. Imaginary taxes, no plan for affordability. We have a bill before this House that will give up to $1,800 for families to afford the cost of groceries in this country. We know that affordability is a challenge. That's why we have real policy, and they just play the old hits, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the people of Mirabel are once again threatened with expropriation by the federal government. After this white elephant airport now, it's time for the high-speed rail line. At the last minute, a new trail line was announced, and it runs through our community, even though there have been zero consultations with elected officials, farmers, or the people of Mirabel. And just like the train, the consultations are passing right through Mirabel without stopping, even though the route will necessarily pass through areas where people are still traumatized by the expropriations of 1969. First, will the government ensure that there are real consultations in Mirabel? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Of course, there have been consultations, and there will be more. We consult with mayors, stakeholders in the Lower Laurentide region, throughout the region, and in Ontario. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? People are excited. They're excited by this technology, by these advances. And come on, just comparing an international airport to a small rail line 60 meters wide, I think the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, the Liberals say they'll discuss the matter with constituents, but in their Bill C-15, they're putting a gun to their heads. People are not excited about receiving expropriation notices by email. They're not exactly thrilled to hear that they won't have the right to contest these notices within 30 days. The Liberals want to eliminate the requirement to hold public hearings and impact assessments. They want to be able to retain control over the land in question for 2 years. Worse yet, they want to unilaterally set the purchase price of the land. C-16. This is a step backward to the 1960s for Mirabel. Will the government withdraw these measures? The Honourable Member for Transportation. Mr. Speaker, why then didn't the member rise to say no to the Quebec Expropriation Act that led to the Express Métropolitain network? This bill is based on the same wording as the Quebec Act, the Ontario Act, that also allows for the development of transit projects. This is nothing new here, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we will be negotiating with these owners.
Member for Calgary East.
The Prime Minister broke his promise that Canada would have the fastest growing economy in the G7 because Liberals liberaled. GDP flatlined in November. GDP per person flatlined in 2025, and the Bank of Canada says that Canada's growth will flatline basically all of next year. And it's because Liberals drove out business investment. And this Prime Minister has done nothing to repeal a single Liberal anti-development law or tax. When will this Prime Minister listen to Conservatives, repeal all these Liberal laws and taxes that are blocking development so Canadians can build?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Conservative were focused on themselves in Calgary. This country is moving forward, Mr. Speaker. Let me give a piece of news to my colleague because he's been busy in the last few days supporting his leader. Canada will have the second fastest growth in the G7, Mr. Speaker. That's what the international agencies are saying. Canada created hundreds of thousands of jobs, Mr. Speaker. We've seen investments coming in this country. We're building a country for the future. We've made generational investment, Mr. Speaker. While they talk down Canada, we believe in Canada. We'll attract investment. We'll be the fastest growing economy. We'll be the strongest country in the G7.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
With liberal math like that, it's no wonder Canada's economy is tanking and we have the highest inflation for groceries in the G7. Businesses are postponing any type of expansion because liberal taxes and red tape are still making growth impossible. While this government protects oligopolies in banking, telecoms, and groceries, Liberals continue to liberal by blocking energy projects and getting rid of any type of competition. Why not just scrap Liberal barriers and taxes so Canadians can finally build?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speakers, across the country we had great news. New jobs in Thunder Bay at Alstom, new jobs also in La Pocatière in Quebec, new jobs also in St. Thomas with Volkswagen, new jobs in Valley Glencore in Sudbury, new jobs in Bombardier, Montreal, new jobs in Tachi, Varennes, new jobs also in KS Potash in Béthune, Saskatchewan, new jobs also at Toyota. Good news.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
A new report shows that 10% of all Canadian small businesses have been wiped out since 2020 as new closures outpace startups. The Bank of Canada now says it expects only 1.1% GDP growth next year and says businesses are delaying expansion plans and growth in business investment is forecast to remain flat for 2026. Businesses don't want to invest here because regulations and taxes make it difficult for businesses to invest and grow. So when will the Prime Minister listen to Conservative ideas and finally remove taxes and barriers stopping from Canadian businesses from building and investing?
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender
Speaker,
Equality.
we're on a mission to build the strongest economy in the G7, and small businesses are at the heart of that. So while Conservatives talk down Canada, the Prime Minister delivers securing multi-billion-dollar trade deals so that small and medium-sized enterprises can grow and scale their businesses and have opportunities not just here in Canada, but around the world. Our Buy Canadian policy is opening up federal contracts so that Canadian businesses can take advantage of it and ensuring that we can be our own best customer, Mr. Speaker. That's the way that you support small businesses.
Nice job.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, other countries are growing faster because they're cutting red tape and encouraging investment. Meanwhile, here in Canada, over 121,000 small businesses have closed since 2020. Domestic growth is shaped by the overall investment climate. Canadian businesses are postponing projects, productivity is falling, and small businesses are closing at alarming rates. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, yet since elected, not a single anti-development law has been repealed and tax burdens continue to rise. So, will this government work with us to remove their own barriers to growth and get out of the way so we can build again in this country?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians aren't going to take advice from a leader on the economy. He's never worked in it. Let's look at economic facts. Strongest growing economy in the G7. Best net debt in the G7. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to grow our economy. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can't cast the Conservative leader's slogans. It's time for us to focus and build the strongest economy in the G7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister promised a growing economy, the fastest growing economy in the G7. Now the results. 0% GDP increase in November. GDP may be even going back in Q4. They wanted the forestry sector is down by 12.8%. Then the consequences. Companies are not expanding. They're not investing in Canada. They're choosing the States. My question is simple. Well, when will the Prime Minister implement our ideas to cut bureaucracy and taxes? The Honourable Minister for Industry. Mr. Speaker, we're already cutting in bureaucracy and taxes. We've done it for 22 million Canadians earlier, a bill that should have been better supported by our colleagues. Not only do we have the second fastest growth in the G7, we're creating more jobs in Canada than in the States, 189,000 jobs created since 2025.
The Honourable Member for Acadie and Apple.
Speaker, it's been now 100 days since the launch of Build Canada Homes, and we're now seeing real momentum on the ground. Projects are moving faster, partnerships are coming together, and communities in my riding are seeing concrete progress on affordable housing. Can the Minister for Housing and Infrastructure tell us on what has been achieved in the 100 days of Build Canada Homes and how this initiative is helping Nova Scotians and Canadians?
The Honourable Minister Infrastructure.
Thank the member for his commitment to delivering for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In just 100 days, Build Canada Homes has hit the ground running, delivering real...
This is a very exciting question, and it's creating a lot of excitement, so we'll have to take a little pause for a second. The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
On the top. Well, first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his commitment to delivering for Canadians. In just 100 days, Build Canada Homes has hit the ground running, delivering real results, dealing with Canada's housing crisis. We have signed major agreements with provinces, territories, and cities. We've advanced 6 major federal land projects. We've lined up thousands of affordable homes with tens of thousands more coming. Shovels in the ground this year. Mr. Speaker, in Nova Scotia alone, we're working with the province to deliver 1,430 homes in Nova Scotia, faster, smarter, and affordable.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
20 minutes from my place, you can look across the Canadian border at affordable homes that look exactly like the ones selling for double the price in our country. Nearly half of young Canadians now say they've considered leaving their province just to afford housing. 2 of my daughters moved out of BC to afford a home. Now they want to come back, but prices are worse than ever, and new home sales in Vancouver are down 56%. Does the Prime Minister even care that young people are priced out of home ownership?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member opposite should study the facts. The price of housing across the country is coming down. Average rents are coming down. Mr. Speaker, mortgage rates have come down. Our plan is working to deliver on affordability. And we saw solid housing starts in this last year. We're focused on delivering that affordability, all types of housing across the country in partnership with communities, some provinces, territories, and Indigenous nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, this didn't happen by accident. Homes didn't just suddenly become unaffordable on the Canadian side of the border. Government policy made them that way. And that's why sales are collapsing. Builders are laying off workers and young Canadians are forced to leave. Will the Prime Minister admit his housing policies are the reason young Canadians can afford a home 30 minutes across the border, but not here? Will he finally remove the roadblocks that are driving our talented kids out of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is committed to the most aggressive investment in affordable housing in Canadian history. Right on. And Mr. Speaker, that starts with the first-time home buyers tax break of $50,000. The members opposite stalled it all through last year. We're bringing that forward and delivering it for young Canadians. We've got $13 billion in this budget to deliver for Build Canada Homes and making sure we're building co-op housing, affordable rental, and $1 billion for supportive transitional housing to help solve the homelessness crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Montmorency-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, for years now, young Canadians are finding it more and more difficult to buy their first house. Over the last 10 years, there's been a 10% decrease in access to property, and 8 out of 10 Canadians say that now it's a dream just for the rich. 90% of Gen Zs and millennials say that they are very preoccupied and concerned by this crisis. How can the minister say that his plan is working when young Quebecers are realizing that despite their best efforts, they'll never have access to a home of their own? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. We need to work to get results, and that's what we're doing on this side of the House. My children know the problems highlighted by my colleague. I have 4 children, and they want access to a home, and we'll find solutions. And that's the reason for which we've committed to working forward with Housing Canada. And a great announcement has been made with Quebec to support infrastructure, because not only for homes, we need water to get there, electricity to get there, we need roads to be there, we need schools, we need infrastructure. That's what we're working on. My colleague, their colleague, and we want to build houses for our youth, and that's what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Despite this crisis, this unprecedented crisis where young families are still trying to find a way to become a homeowner, out of 10 new builds, only 5 will be bought, the 5 others will be rented out. 38% of builders say that they had to lay off workers, and 86% are worried about the future of their business. Construction has been promised, but it's just hot air. Even the Bank of Canada recognizes that there's moderate activity in the real estate industry. When will there be tangible measures with less red tape to allow young Canadians to have really access to a home of their own? The Honourable Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, the first-time home buyers tax credit is a real solution for young people who want to have a home of their own, and that's one of the measures that we are doing tangibly to help them. My colleague also talked about the challenges of the construction industry. What we have heard from the industry is that they need measures like what we are doing to kickstart the market. Jobs will be created in construction. There will be jobs created in the renewal of our industry. We are creating a better, more effective industry, more jobs, more purchasing powers, and we'll do it, Mr. Speaker. But we need to work as a team, as a whole.
For Newmarket, Aurora.
In my community, police officers, firefighters, paramedics, and nurses cannot afford to buy a home in the communities that they serve. 87% of Canadians are now worried about the housing market, and 86% of builders say that they might not survive the next 12 months. In the middle of a housing crisis, home building should be accelerating. Instead, home sales are down 45% in the GTA. When will this Liberal government finally cut bureaucracy, speed up approvals, and get homes built so that Canadians can afford a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has a plan to double housing construction across the country. And that plan, Mr. Speaker, is stuck at Finance Committee because Conservatives like to complain about young people not having a home to buy, and yet when the solution is right in front of them, they obstruct and they block the progress of our bills, Mr. Speaker. We are going to double housing construction in this country, and we'll do it with or without the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, this is the same Liberal government that campaigned on building at speeds not seen in generations. But in the last year, homes are down 45% in the GTA. The Canadian Home Builders Association warns that allowing these conditions to continue will create a lost decade for home ownerships. The longer this government delays, the more businesses will close and Canadians will lose their jobs. Canadians were promised a path to owning a home, and they are still waiting. When will the Liberals get their bureaucracies out of the way so Canadians can afford a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister and our entire caucus was in Alberta, what we heard was the need to move quicker on the construction of home building, and that's what we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, our plan will double construction for homes right across this country, for rental and for purchase, and it's going to respond to the needs of the youth of Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, our plan is stuck because the Conservatives refuse to move it out of the Finance Committee. When will the Conservatives stop talking and start acting in order to help us build this country?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
According to a Missing Middle Initiative report, 69% of Canadians say unaffordability is reshaping who can live in their communities. And nearly half of young Canadians have considered leaving their city or province just to find an affordable home. Meanwhile, ownership-focused housing starts have fallen 69% to 49%. And Canadian home builders warn that this could be a lost decade of home ownership. The Prime Minister promised hope for first-time buyers, but young Canadians see falling sales, lower home ownership rates, and the Canadian promise slipping out of reach. When will this Liberal government stop the bureaucracies, stop the rhetoric, and the taxes that block construction, and finally deliver results in homes that young Canadians can afford?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, while it's heartening to hear the Conservatives talk about affordable housing, it'd be nice if they actually voted in favor of some of the policies that actually help get affordable housing built, Mr. Speaker. A couple of years ago, we invested a novel $1.5 billion into new co-op housing builds, Mr. Speaker, and that means that there are 3,500 units under construction right now or having Canadians move into those homes, Mr. Speaker. We are ramping it up. We're building more affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives, they continue to stigmatize affordable housing, calling them shacks and Soviet-style, Mr. Housing. The Conservatives talk a really good talk on housing, but they should vote in favor of some policies that actually get it built.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
Touting a fourth Liberal housing bureaucracy is an admission that the first three bureaucracies have failed. The Bank of Canada says housing activity is subdued or declining in most cities. New home sales are down 45% in the GTA, 52% in the Golden Horseshoe, and a staggering 56% in Vancouver. Builders are laying off workers, projects are shelved, and first-time buyers are squeezed out. After years of broken Liberal promises, rhetoric, and photo ops, home ownership is slipping out of reach at unimaginable speeds. Will this Prime Minister admit his failed approach is failing, work with Conservatives, and finally drop the photo ops rhetoric and costly bureaucracies that are obstructing young Canadians from finding a home?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives talk a good talk on affordable housing, but when it comes time to actually vote in favor of policies that get affordable housing built, they are nowhere to be seen. For the last year, Mr. Speaker, they have been filibustering in committee and making sure that really important policies don't follow through. And Mr. Speaker, they ought to stop filibustering in committee. We've got a first-time homebuyers incentive. We've got more shovels in the ground, and housing starts were up last year, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives talk a big talk on housing, but it's time to walk a walk.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, in the last year, new home sales are down across the country. They are down 45% in the GTA, 52% in the Golden Horseshoe, and 56% in Vancouver. The Canadian Home Builders Association says that allowing these sales conditions to continue will create a lost decade for home ownership in Canada. The Prime Minister promised that the Liberals would help Canadians buy their first homes, but home sales have plummeted during his time as Prime Minister, and young Canadians are losing hope. When will the Liberals adopt our plan to remove the HST from all new home builds so more Canadians can afford to buy a home? That's right.
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's puzzling to hear that Conservatives actually saying anything about affordable housing when they've never done anything historically to support it. Mr. Speaker, we have a $13 billion Build Canada Homes agency coming through and taking action, delivering with provinces, territories, and cities across the country. Last week, we announced 750 homes for Nunavut, which has the biggest housing challenge in the country. We're delivering those affordable homes this year. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives need to step up to the plate because we're knocking it out of the park on housing.
The honourable member for Hull Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, my mother-in-law has Alzheimer's, and I know how devastating this illness can be, but it's not the only one. Every day, 300 Canadians are diagnosed with dementia. Although there is no cure, we know that community initiatives can make a huge difference for those affected, as well as their friends, families, and caregivers. Could the Minister for Health tell us what steps the government is undertaking to ensure that Canadians with dementia have access to the care they deserve? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I would like to wish him a very happy Black History Month, to him and all of my colleagues. Last week, we announced a more than $4 million envelope for community initiatives that will help us to better understand dementia and to help health and the quality of life of people living with dementia, as well as their families, for example. One of these projects, conducted in collaboration with the Research Institute of the McGill University Health Centre, will provide increased support to underserved populations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, 1,200 auto workers in Oshawa worked their last shift. Families are hurting and good Canadian jobs are moving south. all while this Prime Minister stalls on a trade deal with the United States.
Shameful.
When he was asked about those stalled talks, remember the Prime Minister said, "Who cares?" Well, those 1,200 auto workers in Oshawa are watching today. They want to know, does the Prime Minister care now?
Hear, hear.
L'honorable ministre de l'Industrie.
Mr. Speaker, I've been to Oshawa, I've met with the workers, and I know how much they're frustrated and anxious. And that's why we're standing side by side with them. And that's why also I've been in contact with Unifor, their union, I've been in contact with GM itself, and that is also why we're getting our money back from GM. And that's also why we've restricted the access to the Canadian market to GM. Mr. Speaker, we will invest in those who invest in us.
Honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, that's the same drivel that this minister was trying to sell to auto workers 3 months ago, and nothing's actually gotten better. So let's start with how it started. How it started, they said they were the ones who can negotiate with Donald Trump. Well, let's look at how it's going. 700 auto workers lost their jobs in Ingersoll. 3,000 auto workers have lost their jobs in Brampton, and 1,200 have now lost their jobs in Oshawa. We need to get beyond these talking points. Simple question for this minister. When will these auto workers actually get their jobs back instead of these tired words?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have no lesson to take from the Conservatives who bailed out GM and protected their executives rather than coming up with a plan. They have no plan whatsoever, and we presented it to Premier Ford, and what did he say? Really good plan. We'll have good news soon, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's really sad for auto workers to hear this secret plan. This secret plan for auto workers sounds an awful lot like the check is in the mail or the dog ate my homework.
Yeah.
But you know what's not secret? The 5,000 auto workers who have lost their jobs and now have to figure out how they're going to put food on their table and how they're going to pay their mortgage in a cost of living crisis caused by these Liberals.
Yes.
So my question to this minister is, please get on your beyond your talking points. Please stop saying we're standing up for workers when 5,000 workers have lost their jobs. It's a simple question. When will these workers actually get their jobs back?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government was the first one to create jobs in the auto sector, but at this point there's 3,000 new jobs in St. Thomas because of the Volkswagen battery plant, which they are against. At this point in the last year, 3,000 more jobs were created in Windsor at the Stellantis and Nexstar plant because of this government, and they're against it. Stop being against auto workers. We're an auto nation. We believe in them, and we'll invest in them.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the global landscape is changing, and countries around the world are looking for ways to attract talent in critical and emerging industries. Canada has delivered globally impactful scientific breakthroughs, is home to world-class institutions, and now has one of the world's largest international research attraction programs. $1.7 billion to bring the best and the brightest from across the world to Canada. Can the Minister of Industry please tell this House how the talent attraction strategy will solidify Canada as the best country in the world for research, science, and discovery?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time where certain countries are cutting on research, at a time where academic freedom is under attack, we believe in science and we believe in research. And that is why we've launched our new talent attraction strategy with a budget of $1.7 billion to attract the best and the brightest to the country. And this is one of the biggest budgets on the earth to make sure that we bring them to our country. So, to all those watching us or listening us right now, please come to Canada. We have lots to offer, and we can make sure that you're feeling home.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
0.0. That was Canada's GDP growth number in November. The fourth quarter growth number is expected to be negative. 2025 was another lost year for the Canadian economy following 10 years of near zero per capita growth. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, but he hasn't repealed any of the government's anti-development laws and taxes. Conservatives have a plan to cut regulations and taxes. We're here to help. Will the Prime Minister adopt our plan?
The honourable member for Emergency Management and Community Resilience. The Honourable Minister, I should say.
Mr. Speaker, the world has changed, and it's pretty clear that after the Conservative convention this weekend, the Leader of the Opposition hasn't. Conservatives keep going back to the same old attacks, demonizing diversity, denying climate change. But we have a plan. We're focused on what Canadians actually care about, supporting families and building Canada in a changing world. That's why we announced new affordability measures, including the groceries and essential benefits that will help up to 1.3 million Albertans. This time, Conservatives got serious.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The Prime Minister said in Davos, there's a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along. Well, the moment for Canada to show up is here. Canadian-made parts have been found in weapons killing civilians in Gaza, Sudan, and Yemen. A Canadian-made armored vehicle was seen in Minneapolis the day I shot and killed Alex Pretty. Will the Prime Minister live by his words and, quote, stop pretending to name reality and support Bill C-233, the No More Loopholes Act, so that Canadians is not complicit in these horrific acts against humanity?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the member opposite to be accurate in her representation of Canadian law. First, Canada has one of the strongest export permit regimes in the world. Second, Canada has not approved any new permits for items to Israel that could be used in the current conflict in Gaza since January 8th, 2024. Mr. Speaker, third, all permits suspended in 2024 remain suspended and cannot be used to export to Israel. Again, I urge
Is the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge standing up on a point of order? No. Okay. Okay. Comme il est 15 heures.
It being 3:10, pursuant to order made on Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-18. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East, seconded by Ms. McKnight, moved that Bill C-18, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Canada and Indonesia, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade.
La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
La motion veuille bien se lever.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Roberts.
Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Hodgkin.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Desnathi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnathi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mrs. Gulmasti.
Mrs. Gulmasti.
Ms. McLean Esquimalt Senate Sook.
Ms. McLean Esquimalt Senate Sook.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Leitao.
Mr. Leitao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Ms. McKelvey.
Ms. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dondurant.
Madame Dondurant.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurtle.
Ms. Hurtle.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Ms. Falk Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Ms.
Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Managakis.
Mr. Managakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. McLean. Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bélanger, Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury-S, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-S, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Ms. Cobania.
Miss Cobania.
Ms. Cody.
Miss Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielm.
Monsieur Hardy.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conan.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Cronus.
Miss Cronus.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Que tous ceux
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes techniques, ils peuvent maintenant.
You may raise the raise hand function and the chair will recognize individuals. There are no hands raised. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
332, nays contre, 1.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. OK, on va prendre quelques instants. Again, I would ask members who wish to leave the House to do so quickly and quietly, because I'm now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on January 28, 2026 by the Chief Government Whip concerning voting procedures in the House. Following the taking of the recorded division on the opposition motion earlier that day, the Government Whip rose to inform the Chair that the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley had voted both in person and electronically, but that he was not in his seat during the roll call. In response, the Chair informed the House that only his electronic vote would count. After the deferred recorded divisions were completed that day, the Government Whip expressed concern that members could vote in their seat and then leave the chamber to vote again electronically, possibly casting their vote differently. He asked the chair to provide clarity on the procedures involved in this situation, or to ask the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to look into the matter.
The standing orders do consider the possibility of a member voting both in person and electronically. Specifically, Standing Order 4512C states, and I quote, "In the event a member casts their vote both in person and electronically, a vote cast in person takes precedence." Unquote. The present situation was slightly different than the one contemplated by this standing order. The member was not in his seat when he voted, which usually has the effect of nullifying one's vote, at least when the matter is brought to the attention of the chair. This is what occurred last Wednesday. However, since the member had also properly cast his vote electronically, the electronic vote was therefore counted. As I observed on January 28th, 2026, the situation was not ideal. It was indicative, however, of the evolution in the practice that happened since the implementation of electronic voting in March 2021. It is not uncommon now for members to vote in person, realize that there may be some issue with their vote, and cast their vote again electronically. This has happened, for example, when a member realizes that they came in late or that they needed to leave during the voting process. The chair believes all parties have benefited at one point or another from these gradual adjustments, and until last Wednesday, no one had formally complained.
Members to maintain proper decorum during the taking of a recorded division, including by being in their seat to hear the question and to vote when they are present in person. If members choose to vote electronically, they should leave the chamber quickly and discreetly to vote without causing disruption and stay out until the vote is completed. If they cast a valid vote in person from their seat and for one reason or another also cast their vote electronically, the former will of course continue to take precedence. I thank all members for their attention. And I also would like to read a second ruling. Dans ma déclaration du 20 octobre,
in my statement of October 20th, 2025, on the management of private members' business, I expressed concern that Bill C-222, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, death of a child, appeared to infringe on the Crown's financial prerogative. At the time, I encouraged members who wished to make arguments about whether or not the bill requires a royal recommendation to do so. While no formal arguments were submitted to the chair, on October 24th, 2025, the member for Burnaby North Seymour, sponsor of the bill, in his opening intervention during debate at the second reading of the bill, stated his view that the bill requires a royal recommendation and that he was working with the responsible ministers to acquire it. On January 29, 2026, during his right of reply, likewise, the member again acknowledged the need for a royal recommendation and raised the possibility that this may occur following committee stage.
Requires a royal recommendation. The chair is guided by Section 18.9 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, which states, and I quote, "A royal recommendation fixes not only the allowable charge, but also its objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications. For this reason, a royal recommendation is required not only in the case where money is being appropriated, but also in the case where the authorization to spend for a specific purpose is significantly altered," unquote. Bill C-222 seeks to ensure that parents who qualify for parental benefits under Section 23 and 152.05 of the Employment Insurance Act continue to do so for the period set out in the Act if their child passes away during the benefit period. It also amends Sections 206 and 206.1 of the Canada Labour Code to ensure that an employee entitled to maternity or parental leave remains entitled to that leave if their child passes away during the leave. The Chair is of the view that the bill extends the conditions under which an individual is eligible to access parental benefits, and that this, in turn, has the potential to result in additional charges on the Consolidated Revenue Fund. In light of these facts, and given similar precedents with respect to bills that would have extended the length of the benefit period for employment insurance, the Chair must agree that the bill requires a royal recommendation. La Chambre pourra voter sur le projet de loi à l'étape de la deuxième lecture.
The House can proceed to vote on the bill at second reading later this week, but a royal recommendation must be provided before it can proceed to a final vote in the House at the third reading stage, unless the bill is amended in the meantime in a manner that removes the need for a royal recommendation. I thank all members for their attention.
Point of order from the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank you for taking the opportunity to respond to my point of order so quickly. There is still some, and I listened to your ruling thoroughly. I discussed it with my colleagues, and there's still some confusion around this because the member from Sina-Bulkley Valley was sitting in the House, rose, was identified by the table as voting in a certain direction, then got up and left and voted by the application. Now, what you've just said is you said somebody who you will always accept the vote that's done in person instead of the electronic one if it's done both ways. But what happens if what you're basically saying is that because he was here personally and sitting in his seat, you should be accepting that vote, but then he got up and left. So there's still some confusion around the rule here, and perhaps this is something that needs to be discussed amongst the House leadership to come to some kind of conclusion. My objective here is to ensure that this doesn't continue to happen in the future and that we can safeguard against it.
Here, here.
The member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley was not in his seat when he voted.
But he was called by the table.
Well, that I guess was an error, but the point is that he did vote electronically afterwards, and in the absence of an in-person vote counting, the fallback was on the electronic vote. But again, I stressed the other day that the situation was not ideal because it doesn't really respect proper decorum, and I appeal to all members to respect proper decorum. But in this new procedural environment for voting, which includes electronic voting, an electronic vote can apply if the in-person vote was not legitimate.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of clarification. I find that the point of order raised by the government whip is an interesting one. In your decision, I gather that the situation applied to the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, but the point that is raised here is worthy of note. A member who votes at his place and then leaves the House before the end of the vote to then vote electronically, that vote in the House is dismissed because he left the House before it was registered. There's still some ambiguity in my mind. The vote that he initially cast in the House, valid until he left, could be then replaced, is that correct? Replaced by an electronic vote that he then tenders later, that he casts later. So there was a vote in the House, and then he then casts another vote that will be considered valid electronically. Is that correct? Indeed.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, it's not usually a practice to debate a Speaker's ruling once it's been delivered, but here we are. I just maybe offer a couple thoughts. I think the most important thing is that members are able to vote. We would hate to have a situation where constituents of a given riding don't have their representative pronounce on a bill or a motion because of a technicality. The rules around decorum are there as an assistance to the chair and to the table. You can imagine the chaos if MPs were walking around, milling around, putting their hand up or having their name called out as they're moving around the table. So the rules are there to preserve that decorum so votes can be orderly. They are not there if those rules are not there because...
Welcome to meeting number 22 of the Standing Committee on Science and Research. The committee is meeting to study the mandates of the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation. I would like to make a few comments for the benefit of the witnesses and the members. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking.
Themes and draws inspiration from a white paper by the Institute for Constitutional and Democratic Research in Wales, where they're considering mechanisms to formally hold politicians accountable when they commit deliberate deception. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
By Mr. Mazur,
petitions today, I rise again to present another petition on behalf of the residents of Skeena-Bulkley Valley, specifically law-abiding citizens who do not agree with the Liberals' failing confiscation plan of firearms. Provinces and police associations don't agree. Even the Parliamentary Budget Officer has estimated this program will cost over $750 million of taxpayers' dollars. The petitioners of Skeena-Bulkley Valley just want the government to stop going after law-abiding citizens and go after criminals instead.
Right on.
The other petition I rise to present on behalf of the residents of Skeena-Bulkley Valley is asking the House never to expand MAID to those suffering with mental illness. It's clear that the people of Skeena-Bulkley Valley believe that Canadians with mental illness should be met with supports, treatment, and hope. Mental illness is treatable and recovery is possible. Those suffering should be offered suicide prevention treatment and not assisted dying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then petitions, the Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook Brant South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise and present this petition on behalf of residents of Flamborough-Glanbrook Brant North, who write in support of Bill C-218, an excellent bill by my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale-Langley City, which seeks to stop the expansion of medical assistance in dying to those with mental illness, and to because we do believe that that is an egregious expansion and that there should be supports offered to those that have mental illness, suicide prevention, other supports, and that it is not necessary to make that expansion. And so it's an honor to present this petition from these constituents on that issue.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it's an honor for me to stand and present a petition from the folks of my riding who are really concerned about the Liberals' Bill C-9. The petition reads that the Canadians are concerned that the Liberal bloc amendments to Bill C-9 could be used to criminalize scriptural passages, and that the state has no place in the religious text or teachings of any faith community, and that freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights that must be preserved. Therefore, the government and the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to protect religious freedoms, uphold the right to read and share sacred text, and prevent government overreach when it comes to matters of faith. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, Presentatie de Petition, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Petitioners from Sandwich Gulf Islands and elsewhere actually are calling on the government and this Parliament to take note of the scientific warnings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, and there are particular warnings related to what happens if we overshoot the 1.5 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase as against what the temperature was before the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. As such, the petitioners point out that if we're currently on track to significantly overshoot our 2030 Paris Agreement target, and this could result in not only health effects that are considered environmental effects, but as the petitioners are physicians, they're calling on us to take note of the World Health Organization warnings that, quote, climate change is the greatest threat to global health in the 21st century. Petitioners therefore call on this Parliament to work towards the elimination of emissions, the preservation of a healthy environment across all departments and across every portfolio of federal and provincial parties. They call for a nationwide carbon pricing scheme and the rapid transition towards green energy and net zero infrastructure across Canada. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners sign themselves as Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment and Physician Mothers of Canada.
Signing petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor today to table e-petition 6823, which is sponsored by Jim Abram from Quadra Island and signed by over 699 Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They call upon the Government of Canada to partner with the private sector in collaboration with potential First Nations partners to retrofit a portion of Canada's retired CC-130H Hercules fleet to turn them into large air takers for wildfire suppression. Secondly, they call on the government to deploy these aircraft under a national wildfire response shared with provinces and territories, and where appropriate, international humanitarian and emergency missions, and consider the Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre for managing deployment under a transparent, cost-sharing framework with initial operating capability by the 2027 wildfire season. And lastly, to prioritize this Made in Canada solution, leveraging Canadian engineering, protecting lives, communities, and the environment. They cite that wildfires in Canada-wide have increased intensity and cost and demand bold, timely action. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Jim Abram and the 699 Canadians that signed this petition.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to present a petition on behalf of Canadians regard to Bill C-9. The petition calls on Parliament to support all faiths so they can live according to their beliefs without discrimination or government interference. People who signed the petition are calling on government to uphold and protect freedom of religion and freedom of speech, all which are fundamental rights in our democratic country.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many Ukrainian settlers came to Canada in order to escape the conflict and instability that's been caused by the illegal Russian invasion. And for many of them, settling in rural communities and gaining employment, becoming entrepreneurs and so forth, are asking for a Parliament to work with provincial jurisdiction, in particular, in my case, in the province of Manitoba, to respond hopefully favorably in how it is that we'll be able to ensure that those settlers are afforded the opportunity to be able to continue on, ultimately to even to become permanent residents by the sense of cooperation between Ottawa and the provincial and territorial governments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Standing petitions, Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I'm pleased to stand today on behalf of Canadians across this country who have been tuning in to the committee and the study of C-9, and they are concerned that the Liberal bloc amendments to Bill C-9 could be used to criminalize passages of Scripture. The state has no place in the religious texts or teaching of any faith community. Freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights, and therefore they call on the Liberal Government of Canada to protect religious freedom, uphold the right to read and share sacred texts, and prevent government overreach in matters of faith. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today on behalf of members of my community, Canadians who are concerned with Bill C-9 and the attack on religious freedom and freedom of expression proposed by the Liberal and Bloc members, and in particular, their proposal to amend the criminal code to remove long-standing safeguards for the good faith expression of sincerely held religious beliefs and the preaching and discussion of religious texts such as the Bible, Quran, and Torah. Petitioners in my community therefore request that the government withdraw this proposal and instead promote and protect freedom of expression and freedom of religion. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to rise on behalf of Canadians, including in my own constituency, who are alarmed by what the Liberal government is doing through Bill C-9, a bill that they claim, petitioners are concerned, will protect communities from hate, but in actuality exposes faith communities to harm from the government for daring to express their faith and quote religious texts. Petitioners are very concerned by this infringement on religious liberty, which was aggravated, of course, by comments from the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, arguing that there should be prosecution for citing certain religious texts. So petitioners are calling on the government to withdraw Bill C-9 and focus on upholding freedom of expression and freedom of religion.
Hear, hear.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-19, Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit Act.
Et il reste 5 minutes.
5 minutes and 30 seconds for the honourable member from Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will take 5 minutes and 25 seconds because I'm feeling generous. As I was saying, in any case, we are for this bill. Why? Because times are tough. Food inflation is real, but beyond inflation, prices have gone up. Prices may slow down in their increase, but they're still going up, and it's often children that are affected. And the way that this credit has been designed means that families will now be helped through C-19. There's the issue of coherency. Why does the government have $4 billion to spend on checks? I'm not making any presumptions, but the Liberals have made it a habit of using checks just before elections. So why was that $4 billion not available when it came to helping seniors between the age of 65 to 74 with their OAS? I understand it's a question of political choice. And the government is making the choice to not support seniors. It can't be a fiscal choice because they clearly have enough money to write some checks. Another point. Why table this bill a few days before the Conservative convention? We know that the official opposition was going to spend its parliamentary session on the cost of life, and it doesn't detract from the bill in any way, but it allows us to wonder why this wasn't in the fall budget. Generally speaking, for budgetary transparency, especially for a measure as important as this one, especially for a measure that's as permanent as this one, generally expenditures are costed over 5 years. It will say how this will be funded so that we as parliamentarians, we can study it, and that's even more true at the Finance Committee because we keep an eye on public finance. So there's always an issue of transparency. Why did the minister not put it in his fall economic update, which wouldn't have precluded sending checks for the end of June? Appropriations is coming up. In June, we'll break for the summer. It could have been mentioned and tabled during the fall economic update, which raises questions. Once again, why is there far too little about competitivity? As it stands, the best that the minister has been able to do is create a code of conduct, a voluntary code of conduct for grocers. It's like taking a dying animal, biting animal rather, and say, well, we're not going to muzzle you, but just promise you won't bite anyone when you see them. It doesn't work. There's been opposition in Quebec, especially with farmers and producers, when it comes to how this code works. Why can't parliamentarians have the right information about public money? We're not against the measure, but it's just showing us once again that the government and the Minister for Finance improvise. They seem to be making it up as they go. And this will be on the backs of those who need the most help. So why not send a monthly check, Mr. Speaker? It requires no parliamentary credits. No budget would be required. It has no impact on the Consolidated Revenue Fund, but checks are still being sent every 3 months to people that go do their groceries. So why? For the calculations, use 2024 income is to make sure that we know how many people will qualify, to make sure that there's no short-term requests for the check. People are qualified for help today based on last year's numbers, not on any emergent need that they might have this year. Now, that is one of many questions we'll have to ask. As I mentioned, we are for this bill. We believe that generally speaking, it will help people more than it will harm them. Once again, with this government, there are issues of transparency. We will submit these issues. I see the parliamentary secretary who's listening to me closely. He knows that it's worrying for us, and I'm sure that in the next few weeks there will be extra efforts made by the government so that parliamentarians can adequately study measures as important as this one as they're being tabled. We as parliamentarians need to be able to study the state of public money, especially when such measures are being tabled, because they are being funded by debt directly.
Comments, questions et commentaires, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments that the members put on the record this afternoon, and it pleases me to the degree in which we have wonderful support coming from the House on this particular piece of legislation. Ultimately, seeing it go to committee, understanding that the Bloc, and I suspect the Conservatives, have genuine concerns in regards to its ultimate implementation and maybe want to talk about some potential alternatives, but recognizing the principle of supporting Canadians in a tangible way by providing them that additional disposable income to help them out with groceries. I think that hopefully all of us can agree to, and that's why it's so important that we pass the legislation. But would the member not agree that one of the best ways of having that real substantial dialogue is at the committee stage and then continue on in third reading at some point? And that's what we're seeing.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I don't completely agree with the Parliamentary Secretary on this one. With all due respect, to imply that there's no real dialogue in the House of Commons is once again kicking democracy, saying that the House of Commons is just theatre. On this side, I believe in democracy. Sometimes we have to put ourselves in the other person's shoes. Sometimes we have to get a bit riled up. But I'm happy to see that the Parliamentary Secretary recognised that our actions are non-partisan. Now I'm going to be a bit more partisan by saying that we tabled this measure in 2022 when inflation was between 7 and 8.5%. We asked that checks be emitted more frequently. But we were told at the time this was a terrible idea. So why are they suddenly kicking into action?
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I do have one question for him, though, is we've seen this before. We saw this in 2023. They rolled out the grocery rebate, and today we have the highest grocery inflation in the G7. So I'm just wondering, does he expect this will lower grocery prices, or will it be a one-time payment to Canadians where they're going to the grocery store, groceries are going to cost about $300 a trip, and they're going to get a $10 coupon? Does he believe this will lower the price of groceries for Canadians over the long period?
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. My colleague has asked an interesting question on the short-term versus the long-term effects of this measure. Of course, we have a long-standing issue of prices that have gone up. A single check could make us think that it's a bit of an electoral stopgap. We must understand that the government, and we supported them at the time, and I participated in the industry committee, the government, after almost 10 years in power, has finally put forward small measures to improve competitivity in our country. But competitivity, Mr. Speaker, is a long-term issue. And to get better competitivity, we need new investments and new businesses. And you know that the international trade isn't so hot right now. There are issues. And so it's a good measure. It's a good step in the right direction. A check is not a solution for a long-term problem, however. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mirabel for his excellent speech. The government has put forward a measure that wasn't provided for in the budget 2025. It was a single check that kind of came out of nowhere. It seems to be an electoral ploy, but the cost of living has gone up. And the cost of living has come from some measures implemented by this government. What does my colleague have to say? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, for sure, Mr. Speaker. The two biggest elements in someone's spending is groceries and housing. For housing, the government implemented immigration policies with levels that they even have recognized were inappropriate and that go against what we see as successful immigration where people can find housing and a job and can integrate well. They love to say that it's a new government, but it's the same stripes as before on a apparently different tiger. And I believe that the Liberals are somewhat responsible for the increase of the cost of living for housing and groceries.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we're taking the floor on this bill, C19. That has to do with the GST credit. And that's what we're doing. This is work that is necessary. But it's a measure that's not quite complete. Bill C19 aims to provide financial relief to millions of Canadians amid persistently rising living costs. On C19, my colleague has clearly explained the Bloc Québécois' position. It's not easy to speak after him, but I would like to remind everyone that we support the principle of the bill. Because yes, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is fully aware that this assistance is welcome. But the government has missed the opportunity to do better, to be fairer, and to have a more sustainable solution. Bill C19 provides for only a one-time payment equal to 50% of the annual GST credit for 25-26. That would be paid by June, and a 25% increase in the GST credit starting in July 2026 for a period of 5 years. According to the government, approximately 12 million people would be helped by this, a total cost of $11.7 billion over 6 years, including $3.1 billion for this one-time payment.
So at the Bloc, we recognize that this measure will provide real relief in the short term. But we think that more than anything else, Mr. Speaker, my crystal ball isn't any better than yours, but this seems like it might be aimed at earning votes, because by choosing a one-time check instead of improving the regular payments that go out, well, one might wonder, is this just a one-time vote buying plan? And I was speaking with an expert who said that, well, listen, nobody can say no to this payment. Any help against inflation is helpful, but the question is, would it not be better to have done something that was a bit more long-term, something a bit more predictable? So this is an ad hoc, non-structural approach. And, it's tempting to send out a one-time check when you're thinking about maybe heading into an election. So, that's something that the government might be looking at. We saw something similar in 2003 from the government to help with groceries. And what people need is structured, long-term, predictable help, not one-time payments. And, Mr. Speaker, there was something that I found interesting from a banking expert at Ned Wallet in Canada, who said that this was, a measure that suggests that the government is trying to pay attention to what's going on, but that noted that a few $100s isn't enough to stabilize income for households that are in difficulty. So that expert had some questions about this problem. So the central problem here of quarterly payments in a monthly reality is that, the GST credit is paid every 3 months. And that's a problem because there are expenses that are paid every month. Rent, for example, groceries, which you have to buy every week, credit cards, which have to be paid back every month. So the result is that there are many people living on a low income who have to go into debt between payments. And often that money is borrowed at interest rates over 20%, and that can lead people into a spiral of increasing poverty. And that's why the Bloc Québécois has been calling for a long time for monthly GST credit payments. It's something that we talked about in the last election campaign as a way to help people in this difficult economic situation. And what we see, Mr. Speaker, and I'm speaking to this because it's something that's important to me. For a while now, I've been the Bloc critic for seniors, and there's a direct link to seniors' income here. Low-income seniors are among the main beneficiaries of the GST credit. Many of them live on fixed income, mainly based around old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, OAS and GIS. And seniors are also bearing the brunt of rising rents, increasing food costs, increased health-related expenses, among others. And so that's why the Bloc Québécois has, for a long time now, been calling for another way to help people face this inflation in this uncertain economic times by increasing old age security for seniors aged 65 to 74. The government has refused. And this is where I understand my colleague from Mirabel's anger earlier, because the government claimed that it didn't have the means, that it couldn't afford it. But with C-19, apparently, they've discovered billions of dollars that were available and that are going to be used for a one-time check instead of for a structural measure that would allow seniors to build a more predictable budget for their household. So, there's a question here of political choices, and they're linked to debt and inequality. Household debt continues to rise. For every dollar of disposable income, debt is at $1.77 right now. Meanwhile, financial assets are skyrocketing among the wealthiest Canadians. 70% of financial assets are held by the wealthiest 20%. Housing is becoming less and less affordable. Food inflation remains high. And the use of food banks is skyrocketing. And I received the annual report recently from SOS Dépannage in Granby, which is a food bank, they are reporting an increase in demand, and there are more and more seniors who are using their services. We also see reports from organizations that help those who don't have homes, who are noting that there are more and more people living on the streets. The GST credit is one of the few well-targeted tools that we have to help the most vulnerable, but it needs to be made more effective. So there's an inconsistency here with the government's budget. And in the Bloc, we're wondering, why was this measure not in the 2025 budget? If the government's going to be making announcements like this, they have to be able to explain where the money's coming from. And it's something we could have debated when the budget was tabled. And when the Bloc asked for measures for seniors, the government said, well, no, we can't afford them. And yet today, the government, after tabling the budget, as we're still debating the implementation of that budget, the government has come up with this new expensive measure. So they've somehow found billions of dollars for this one-off measure. And I'll remind the House that, there are organizations who are wondering what's going to happen when these impayments end in a couple of years. How are we going to continue to help households that are facing great difficulties? The problem isn't money. The problem here is a political choice the government is making. So in conclusion, the Bloc Québécois will support Bill C-19 because people need help. But the Bloc reminds the House that this assistance is insufficient, it's poorly structured, and it doesn't fix the problems with the GST tax credit, which should be paid every month to help people cover their monthly expenses. Helping the most vulnerable, including seniors, isn't something that you do properly by sending a check from time to time. If you want to help them, you have to ensure a stable, predictable income that allows people to leave with dignity month after month. And beyond increasing OAS, there are seniors who are saying, you can help us with our budget. And, the question also is asked when it comes to seniors who want to stay on the labor market, well, it's very hard for them to do that. The government puts up barriers. And there's also the question of the impact that earning income can have on the GIS. And, you know, the GIS exists to help seniors who are in the most difficult situation. And there are seniors who would like to earn a bit money while remaining active, and they're penalized. And, you know, one last thing, you know, we could have been talking about inflation, and you can't fix inflation with a check. We could also talk about the problem of climate change, which has a major impact on price inflation, the lack of competition in the grocery stores, the increase in rent, and the fact that housing is becoming more and more of a commodity, and the use of food banks is exploding. Is this something that we want to do? Do we want to help food banks, or do we want to help people have an income that will allow them to leave with dignity and, you know, to be able to afford food and to age with dignity? A question to be asked. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think what we have before us in Bill C-19 is recognition of the importance of providing an increase in disposable income to support individuals in acquiring their groceries. This is the essence of the legislation. And we're not talking about just this year, but over the next few years, where they'll continue to receive that extra bump up in terms of the grocery rebate of sorts. And this is to, again, take into consideration the inflation on groceries. And I'm wondering if the member would recognize that having it over the next 4 or 5 years is actually a positive thing. I know she would like to see it as a permanent thing, listening to her, but at the very least we're recognizing the need for today to assist people in dealing with the food inflation.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, Mr. Speaker, I spoke about this quite a bit in my speech. The Bloc Québécois has proposed, and we think this would be a way to help people who really need it, Mr. Speaker. I would remind the House, Mr. Speaker, that it's the same cost. The government said that there wasn't any money to increase OAS for seniors aged 65 to 74, and now they've found some money for this. This government has a tendency to put in place measures that don't really meet the need, that seem to be more like vote buying measures. There's the GST tax credit or the unique one-time check that went out to everybody, including people who didn't need it earlier. So that's why the Bloc Québécois has been saying that this GST tax credit is more targeted, but it doesn't fix things over the long term. And, you know, in a couple of years, what's going to happen to these households? How will they be supported? Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech and build on a theme that just even came out of the last question from the Liberal side. And she spoke about it in her speech. The fact that this was not part of the federal budget. The budget was just tabled a few months ago, and now all of a sudden they're finding another $12 billion to give this sort of short-term relief or Band-Aid solution to an underlying issue around food inflation. And she talked about the two-tier system for seniors that the Liberals have created. So I just want to get to, does she have any understanding why, from dialogue she's had with the Liberal government over the last few years, why is this the approach that they're choosing to go down instead of actually coming up with long-term, sustainable solutions to address food inflation and costs in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And as I mentioned a bit earlier in my speech, well, it certainly makes people cynical about politics and the way this government practices politics when they feel like they're in a difficult situation, and when they see maybe a window for an election. And I know my crystal ball isn't infallible, but this is a measure that might look very attractive to voters. And this is something this government's been good at in the past. Instead of finding solutions, as I was saying earlier, to deal with the impact of climate change on food prices, on OAS, it's a universal system they're having. So why are we putting the same amount of money into a one-time measure instead of thinking over the long term? And unfortunately, we're seeing this tendency from governments to look at the short term and not the long term to help people. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond, 40 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague from Shefford for her speech, but also for her hard work on behalf of seniors. In 5 years, at the end of this measure brought forward by the government in C-19, in 5 years, Mr. Speaker, seniors and families, but there will be more and more seniors, particularly seniors aged 65 to 74, and my colleague's been fighting for them for a long time. Those seniors are going to find themselves with a measure that might disappear. And so I'd like her to speak about the concern that seniors have of that situation, the anxiety they live in, those particularly on a low income who are facing something that's going to help them over the short term, but that isn't going to help them over the long term. So they must be facing anxiety in this situation. I'd like to hear my colleague's thoughts on that. The Honourable Member for Shefford, 30 seconds. Well, Mr. Speaker, in 5 years, seniors, once again, and people are still going to have to buy groceries. They're still going to have to pay rent. And where will the economy be? Well, it's difficult to say, but I think one thing is certain, and it's that we need to be looking for solutions that are going to help people and allow them to have predictability instead of saying, okay, good, I've got a little bit more money right now, but I have to be careful later because I don't know what's going to happen. So that means that people are facing economic uncertainty. That's a source of stress, and we know that stress and economic uncertainty can have a major impact, a bad impact on people's health.
To inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. Mr. Blair, member for the electoral district of Scarborough Southwest, by resignation effective earlier today. Pursuant to paragraph 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. Alors, on peut poursuivre.
We can continue with debate, and I believe it is now the turn of the Deputy Government House Leader, the member for London West. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise to speak in the House today on this bill, which is very important for all Canadians.
In this House to represent them. I got a chance in April to chat, even as we just came back from the break, we've had the opportunity to chat with many constituents who have spoken to us about the state of, what we all know, the state of where finances are for Canadians. And many Canadians are looking for opportunities to be able to afford food on their table, to be able to put their kids in childcare, to be able to afford, dental care and many other needs that they have. So it is a privilege and an honor to be able to lend my voice to support Bill C-19, the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit Act, which, Mr. Speaker, is an important priority for our government. We were elected with the promise that we were going to do our best to bring the cost down for Canadians. And we want to be able to create new opportunities for Canadians across the country. And that's why we canceled, the first thing we did, we canceled the divisive consumer carbon price as of last April, directly helping Canadians save money at the pump. It's also why, Mr. Speaker, we delivered 3 major tax cuts: supercharged home building to increase supply and lowering housing costs, and we also introduced the automatic federal benefits so that millions of Canadians can receive the support they qualify for. I think this is a game changer, Mr. Speaker, as well, in the many things that we've done as a government, because we know that there are so many families that are not receiving the supports that they need because they're not able to, either file or have not been in the right spaces to learn how to file their taxes. So we have seen an increase of Canadians receiving the supports that they need because of this, Mr. Speaker. And just last week, Prime Minister announced the new Canada Groceries and Essential Benefit, which we know will help more than 12 million low and modest income Canadians to afford their day-to-day essentials.
Hear, hear.
I hope that, the colleagues who were heckling a little bit ago will also help us pass this legislation and not just heckle it. And that they will help us pass this legislation as soon as possible to be able to deliver these supports and make life more affordable for Canadians.
So this new benefit would replace the current GST credit, but it'll be much more generous. First of all, it will increase by 25% the value of the GST tax credit for 5 years as of July 2026. Afterward, we'll be adding a one-time payment this year, equivalent to an increase of 50% of the current benefit.
So, Mr. Speaker, as global prices continue to surge, the increase will be considerable and will make real differences for Canadians struggling to put food on their tables. This measure is particularly targeting low and modest incomes, which is why we know that, again, this is what Canadians were talking about on the campaign. This is what Canadians continue to talk about now. We see the difference, as the world changes, the different needs that Canadians have, and we have to be a government that can step up and support Canadians and meet them at their point of need. Right now, a senior living alone is eligible for the GST credit, can receive a maximum of $543 for 2026 and 2027. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to mention, as I forgot to mention at the beginning of my speech, that I am splitting my time with my colleague from Winnipeg North. That same person, Mr. Speaker, would get approximately $950 in total from the one-time payment and the 2026-2027 benefit year. And thanks to the changes that we are proposing, this is real money that's going to go into the pockets of Canadians to help them.
For a couple with 2 kids, the amount would go from about $1,086 to $1,890. So that's about $800 more that'll go directly into Canadians' pockets. And, you know, I'm a parent, and we all know that, you know, $800 can make a really big difference for parents, for single-family parents, and for parents across Canada. And this new benefit would be indexed to inflation. That means that the amount that's going to Canadians will increase every year following the increases in the cost of living.
Our government has also announced a suite of measures to tackle food insecurity, to support producers, and to strengthen supply chains across Canada. And over the mid and long term, last September, we also launched a new strategic response fund to help sectors impacted by tariffs, and we have committed $500 million from this fund to help food businesses expand their capacity so that they can be able to strengthen Canada's food supply for the future. We have also committed $150 million under the Regional Tariff Response Initiative to specifically help small and medium businesses in the food sector, as well as the organizations that support them. We will allow food growers to fully write off the cost of new greenhouses immediately, and so that it allows them to free up the capital that they need to expand production, which will also translate into lower prices and better food security for all Canadians.
The Prime Minister also announced $20 million to help food banks and other local organizations at the regional and national and local level provide nutritious food to families who need it. And we are also currently working on a national food security strategy so that we can deal with the root causes of food insecurity. This strategy is going to help strengthen national food production, and it will improve access to healthy and affordable food.
The strategy will also include measures to implement unit price labeling and support the work of the Competition Bureau in monitoring and enforcing competition in the market, including food supply chains. We're doing this, Mr. Speaker, because we promised Canadians. This is what I said earlier. We went to the electorate and said, this is what we're going to do as a government. We're going to work together to find every single measure we can find to make life more affordable. Canadians have been impacted by COVID-19, the tariff war that we're experiencing right now, and many other factors that are external. And we need a government that's able to meet the moment and make sure that we are responding to the Canadian needs. So this new legislation builds on significant action to lower costs for Canadians and protect essential programs. For a middle-class tax cut, it's going to save money for 20 million Canadians. We're going to eliminate the GST for the first-time home buyers on new homes up to $1 million. We're taking action to help Canadians keep more money in their pockets, and that's what families across Canada need right now. What's more, Mr. Speaker, is that we will be removing the consumer carbon price we removed it as of last April, which we know that it's helping reduce fuel costs in most provinces and territories, including lowering prices at the gas pump. À elle seule, notre réduction
Our middle class tax cut will allow two-income families to save up to $840 this year. In the future, it should allow Canadians to keep over $27 million in taxes over 5 years. Most of that tax cut, Mr. Speaker, will go to people whose income is in the lower income levels by taking the GST off of new home purchases up to $1 million and reducing it for new buyers of homes up to $1.5 million. And we will also allow new buyers to save up thousands of dollars.
Budget 2025, which is the Canada Strong, Budget 2025 proposes to make national food program permanent for Canadian families. This is something that has been well received across Canada. This program helps 400,000 more children each year to receive healthy meals in their schools. And participating families with 2 children will also be able to save $800 on groceries. Our budget also proposes to start automatic delivering federal benefits to low-income Canadians through the Canada Revenue Agency. We will continue to ensure that the federal benefits to which they are entitled to, including those that they may not be aware of, are also received through these measures that we've put forward. I see that my time is coming to an end and I'm not able to finish my speech, Mr. Speaker, but I'm happy to answer and take questions in this House. But one thing I want to say before I end my speech, Mr. Speaker, is that all of us, we came to this House because Canadians asked us to respond to their needs. We told Canadians that we're going to make life more affordable. Unfortunately, even Canadians who live in conservative ridings, they want to see us remove the obstruction. They want to see us move forward in making life more affordable for all Canadians. So I hope that my colleagues are going to do exactly that. They're not going to stand in the way. They're not going to obstruct. They're going to support us in making sure that we can respond to what Canadians sent us to do here in April of 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her speech. It's always good to see my riding neighbour. She mentioned in her remarks that the Liberal government, as an affordability measure, had removed the consumer carbon tax. But in a previous speech in the House, she said, quote, "The central plank of our climate plan, the federal carbon pricing system, is giving Canadian households more money back in climate action incentive payments than they pay in." So was she misleading then, or is she misleading now? I'm just having trouble reconciling these two contradictory statements.
The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague for his question. The answer is, I called it a very divisive tax because they made sure that Canadians could not even get the truth about this tax. This was money that was going into Canadians' pockets, and we had to respond, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to respond to the needs of Canadians when they ask us to, because they elected us to do that. Maybe they can stop obstructing and actually respond to the questions that Canadians, even in conservative ridings, really need.
Here, here. Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, Listigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, and I'm ready to work with her on this important issue because at a food bank near me in Gaspésie, there are people who currently are being turned away. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, there are people who have to get over the shame and go ask for food, but they have to be turned away because there are so many people who go that the worker at the food bank has to filter requests. I spoke to that worker in December. It's heartbreaking. That's what we're talking about today. There are people who aren't able to feed themselves. And it's not just their fault. Often people say people aren't working hard enough, they don't do this or that. Inflation has gone up significantly with food. That's well known. My colleague wants us to work together. The Bloc Québécois will support Bill C-19. Will she and her government support us in increasing old age security? The honourable member for London West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the question from my colleague. I appreciate all of the work he does, and I look forward to continuing to collaborate with him. On the matter of food banks, I just said here in the House that we will increase funding about $20 million to food banks across Canada to respond to this need. As our colleague said, this is heartbreaking. We shouldn't be having discussions that are lighthearted on this, because this is about people's lives. And as I said earlier, there are measures that will help our seniors across Canada, seniors in Quebec. I'm ready to continue working with my colleague to resolve affordability issues in the country.
Comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you to the honourable member for her speech today. You know, it is one of the most devastating things for us to see within our communities, the food insecurity that is ongoing. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you to the amazing grassroots organizations that are supporting those through food banks, through making sure that food is on the table, to providing supports for everyone. This benefit is going to absolutely help ensure that people are able to keep food on the table. But I would like for the member to talk a little bit also about what the long-term plan is. Yes, we are in the business of supporting people as it is in the day, but we also want to make sure that there are long-term solutions. So if the member could highlight some of those long-term plans, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague for this question and for the work that she does for her constituents. Mr. Speaker, I did talk about the national food insecurity strategy that this bill proposes, and I think the quicker we can pass this, the faster we can have discussions around the long-term plans around addressing food insecurity in Canada, addressing supply chains across the country. We saw what happened in COVID-19, and we know that we're vulnerable when we don't have the infrastructures in place to be able to address these issues. So I appreciate that my colleague is raising this really important question in the House of Commons to make sure that we can all be mindful that these issues can happen anytime. COVID-19 or a similar situation can happen again, and we have to put in the infrastructures in place to be able to address those issues in the future. And I think that the national housing, the National Food Insecurity Strategy and the National Housing Strategy as well will be measures that will work together to ensure that we have a plan and we're capable of meeting the moment when necessary with the partnerships that we've built across the country.
Right on.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak to Bill C-19. You know, it wasn't that long ago, just a number of months, back in April, when Canadians had a vote. And they elected a new Prime Minister for Canada, along with 70 new Liberal members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And through that last election, a number of issues really came to the surface. The whole idea of building Canada strong, building healthier and stronger communities is something in which this government and Prime Minister have been focused on since day one. And we have seen substantial legislation and budgetary measures to be able to demonstrate very clearly to Canadians that this is a government and a Prime Minister that genuinely cares and will do whatever it can in order to be there to support Canadians. I've given lots of discussions, or heard lots of discussions and a lot of debates on the issue of how it is we have our greatest asset in the Prime Minister going abroad, traveling, and bringing in investments, bringing in trade opportunities, export opportunities in particular, Mr. Speaker, talking about the importance of jobs and how important those things really are, along with the idea of building Canada strong by building capital projects, Mr. Speaker, all very critical.
Hear, hear.
But at the same time, it's really important that we recognize what some of those immediate needs are of Canadians. The issue of affordability is very real, and it's there. And we have a Prime Minister and a government that is responding once again to that issue.
Hear, hear.
Members should recall one of the very first actions that the Prime Minister of Canada had taken was to get rid of the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. And he should be applauded for taking that action. I agree. Another action that he had taken was to give a tax break, a literally tax break, reducing taxes for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And these are the type of initiatives that were taken shortly after the last election. We continue to look at ways in which we can support Canadians. You know, when you take a look at the grocery prices as a whole, Canada is doing relatively well if you compare us to the rest of the world in terms of the cost of some of those basic products like eggs and milk and apples and so forth. But we realize that inflation and food costs are going up. And we want to be able to assist Canadians, those especially that really need that assistance, Mr. Speaker. And that's what Bill C-19 is all about. It's being there to support Canadians that really need that support. And we've come up with a way of doing it that's not only for this year, but for the following number of years, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
From my perspective, it clearly demonstrates a government that's responding to a need that's there, even though our overall inflation rate is relatively under control, especially if you compare to other nations of the G20, if I may say that, Mr. Speaker. But we are genuinely concerned about food inflation. That's why the Prime Minister had an announcement dealing with greenhouses.
Hear, hear.
Excuse me. That's the reason why we had the issue of greenhouses and what it is that we could do as a government to support greenhouses being built.
Hear, hear.
Because it is about food security. It is about how it is that we can enhance opportunities to be able to stabilize food prices into the future. So we're not as reliant on other trading partners or on climate to the same degree, Mr. Speaker. We're talking literally millions and millions of dollars that is being invested to ensure that we can see companies expand in terms of food production, Mr. Speaker. Recognizing that food banks do play an important role. They've played an important role in society, not just in the last few years, Mr. Speaker, but for decades now.
Hear, hear.
Even many years while I was an MLA, many years ago. I can tell you food banks played a very important role. And it continues today. And the Prime Minister and the government have recognized the need to support those organizations, and that's why we're putting in that $20 million. These are initiatives that are there to really help, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
I've listened to the Conservatives already respond to this legislation. You know, the finance critic, what was his plea? The best thing that the government can do is just get out of the way. Hear, hear. As they say, hear, hear, and applaud. You know, we hear that from the leader of the Conservative Party.
Yeah.
And we've witnessed firsthand in terms of the types of actions that the Conservative Party would actually take if they were given the chance to govern. And this is the far-right Conservative.
Yeah.
Do not get them confused with progressive Conservatives.
That's right.
I feel for those Conservative members of Parliament that are so-called red Tories or progressive in their thinking, that genuinely care about how social programming and government policy can actually give a lifting hand.
Hear, hear.
Because the current leadership, which had, who's just had their convention, I was amazed in terms of how much support he received from within the Conservative right. But I can tell you that if you are a progressive or a red Conservative, you have to feel uncomfortable with the direction of the Conservative Party, because their mentality is just get out of the way. We heard it today. We've heard it for months coming from the leader of the Conservative Party. What does get out of the way mean? Well, the Prime Minister and the government made a decision that the National School Nutritional Program was a successful program, and we need to make it permanent. This is a program that has been in need, not in the last few years, This has been in need since the 80s, Mr. Speaker, maybe even earlier than that. I remember standing in the Manitoba legislature listening to individuals like Sharon Carstairs back in the 1980s saying that you need to have children being fed in schools because you cannot learn on an empty stomach.
That's right.
This is something that's not new, but with the Conservatives' get out of the way attitude, you can see that they're going to get rid of this program, a program that this Prime Minister and that this government have put into place, a program that other members across the way have called a garbage program. We've even heard some members say that it doesn't even feed children.
Shameful.
Misinformation.
Shameful.
Constant. These are the type of programs that matter.
That's right.
Canadians in Conservative ridings want these programs.
That's right.
The dental program, Mr. Speaker, millions of Canadians are benefiting. For the first time in many years, you see some seniors getting the dental work that they've been wanting done because of that program.
That's right.
And this is a Prime Minister and a government that's reinforcing the importance of that program. And what's the Conservative Party's response? Get out of the way.
Yeah.
You got to know that a modern, or not a modern, today's Conservative Party, the far right, will get rid of these programs.
Yep, they will.
You think they would bring in a program like Bill C-19?
Nope.
No. Because in the comments that they make, they'd say, well, forget that. Just, make something permanent, get rid of the GST or something like that. I'm waiting for them to come out with that particular policy, Mr. Speaker. I think it's only a question of time. That's how far gone they are.
Yep.
This is a focused attempt to support Canadians.
Hear, hear.
Even in Conservative ridings.
Yep.
They want to see relief. C-19 provides them substantial relief. It shows that the government is listening. Much like when the Premier of Manitoba made a statement about the cost of milk in order to minimize the inflation on milk in the province of Manitoba. Manitobans appreciated that. I believe that Canadians as a whole understand what it is that this Prime Minister and this government is doing through Bill C-19, and that's the reason why in all likelihood, it'll only pass on division because the Conservative right, does not actually want to vote in favor of it. They just don't want to.
Order, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Starting Order 38. I'd like to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for York-Durham, International Trade. The Honourable Member for Yorkton-Melville, Agriculture and Agri-Food. The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, Justice.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you can tell by that member's speech just how important this bill is, because he talked about food insecurity for about 2 minutes and then about 8 minutes about far-right wingnut theories that he thinks he has a hand on over there. But I do have a legitimate question for this member. I asked the Finance Minister when he brought forward this bill how much Canadians pay on food, GST on food. And he said they don't pay GST on food. Sylvain Charlotte-Bras, the food professor, said on a radio show in Saskatchewan that Canadians pay between $7 and $10 billion, with a B, $billion a year on food on GST. So my question is, how does the Finance Minister not realize how much GST Canadians are paying on food?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe the member opposite will maybe take a trip. I'm over at an apartment or a condo on Metcalfe and Lisgar, farm boys there. Maybe we could go and take a trip there and buy some eggs and some milk and some bread. And see if there's any tax on those three items or those groceries that Canadians are wanting to buy. This is an imaginary tax that the Conservative Party is trying to give Canadians a false impression on. The member knows full well on the items in which I've referred to, on those basic groceries, you're not seeing them being taxed. The member knows that. But it wouldn't stop the Conservative Party from saying otherwise, unfortunately.
Enough with the grocery list going back and forth. Question, commentaire.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a privilege to have listened to a speech from the member for Winnipeg North. We were fortunate today. So I'd like to hear him talk to us about the mechanism. Why has the government chosen, rather than increasing sustainably the old age security, increased revenue for seniors, they're sending a check? Is that because there are problems with the benefit delivery program and there are more and more seniors, and I know the parliamentary leaders say it's no big deal, and there are tech issues, but we can't dismiss seniors' problems, especially when we know that there are financial issues 10 times as big as SACLIC, 1.7 million to 6.6 billion rather. And we wanted answers on that at the Public Accounts Committee, but the government hasn't been accountable to now. So I'd like to hear from my colleague, why not increase old age security? Is it because they haven't been able to deliver benefits? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ultimately believe this is the most effective way for the government to be able to support grocery relief for Canadians. You know, if you are a single parent and you have 3 children, or you're on a fixed income, many of which will be seniors, the most effective way at ultimately delivering and putting the money in the pockets of Canadians is done exactly through what Bill C-19 is doing. There is that one-time enhancement payment and then an ongoing increase that's there for the next 4 or 5 years, Mr. Speaker. It's increasing that disposable income in order to deal specifically with the issue of food inflation.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I really appreciated the member's speech and talking about context and how we are supporting Canadians, you know, whether it is through Bill C-19, but also through the Canada Child Benefit, through the dental care program, through pharmacare, through supporting seniors and New Horizons and Canada Summer Jobs, etc. It builds a safety net for Canadians. And it boggles my mind why the party opposite refuses to support Canadians. So maybe the member can help us understand why the opposition does that.
The Parliamentary Secretary for 35 seconds.
Yes, in short, and I appreciate the question, because the short answer is because the leader of the Conservative Party, which has really gone far right, I would ultimately argue, takes this just get out of the way attitude, as if government doesn't have any role to play in terms of assisting Canadians in any fashion whatsoever. We have seen that demonstrated day after day. And I can tell you, I believe that from a national perspective, the government does and must play a role at supporting Canadians.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member from Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry. Good job. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to rise in this House and once again represent my neighbours in Newmarket, Aurora. Today I'm speaking to Bill C-19, the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit Act. But before I go any further, I do want to take the opportunity to thank the Newmarket Food Pantry, the Aurora Food Pantry, and the countless volunteers and community organizations who work every day to make sure that the most vulnerable in our community have food on their tables. I have visited them, I have seen the shop floors and heard the stories, Mr. Speaker. They are struggling to keep up with the demand. Every month that goes by is a record month. And our community is incredibly generous, but generosity is not enough. After months of advocacy, the government has finally acknowledged that what Canadians have been telling us all along. Food insecurity in this country is real, it's growing, and it's serious. Given the magnitude of the food affordability crisis, I support this temporary groceries and essentials benefit to lift families who are struggling. and because this infusion was asked for by the Canada Food Bank. That said, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians are facing historic cost of living pressures, we have a responsibility to focus on solutions that don't just offer relief today, but actually make life more affordable tomorrow. Conservatives have been putting forward those solutions. Scrap the taxes that increase the cost of food. Boost competition in grocery chains. Reverse the massive inflationary deficits. Canada has created a homegrown affordability crisis. Food inflation in Canada is disproportionately higher than countries around the world, and in fact, it is the worst in the G7. When we pile taxes on farmers, food processors, and truckers, the very people who make sure that food shows up on our table, those costs don't disappear. They get passed on to Canadians at the checkout. When grocery stores don't face competition, prices go up and profits soar. Mr. Speaker, the now Minister of Finance, François-Philippe Champagne, stated in 2023, and he stated, "I will continue to keep a close eye on Canada's largest grocery chains, the food processors and the industry actors to make sure that the price of food in Canada will be stabilized. It is just the beginning." Well, he was keeping an eye on them, so it is under his watch, under this Liberal government's watch, that prices have continued to soar. When the government doubles down on its inflationary deficits, the value of our money declines, and everything we buy is more expensive. Families across this country are doing everything they can to keep up. They are exhausted, Mr. Speaker, and too many are watching their paychecks fall further and further behind the cost of everyday life. Many of my constituents have told me plainly, every bit helps, Sandra, and I respect that. But they have also told me that they do not want to live at the mercy of government handouts. They want to be able to have the dignity to provide for themselves, for their children, for their families. We need to take decisive action to fix this problem for the future. Today, Mr. Speaker, I heard countless of times several members of this Liberal government stand up time and time again in this very House to say that Canadians are overjoyed. Mr. Speaker, not a single Canadian has told me that they are overjoyed when they visit the grocery store. In Newmarket, Aurora, I hear constantly about the cost of groceries. I hear from parents, from seniors, from young families. They tell me that grocery bills have become the most unpredictable expense in their household. Some are using credit cards to cover the cost of food, as they are being pushed to their limits. And yes, an increased groceries and essential benefits will provide some relief. To be specific, $10 a week in relief. But Canadians also deserve transparency. This rebate was not included in the government's budget. It was not included in the $78 billion deficit presented in November. It will cost $12.4 billion over 5 years and nearly $1.4 billion in interest charges over 5 years. Parliamentarians have not been told how this will be paid for. Neither have Canadians. And that matters, Mr. Speaker, because borrowing to fund rebates does not lower the cost of food. It fuels the very inflation that is crushing families. And to be clear, this very credit was offered in 2022. And it was meant to solve deeper issues of affordability. Well, we still have the problem. So the idea did not work, and yet this government is choosing to recycle it. The people of Newmarket Aurora elected me to advocate for fiscal responsibility and for policies that actually reduce costs. What I hear is not a demand for endless temporary programs. I hear a call for stability, predictability, and lasting affordability. Here are the facts. Food inflation in Canada has reached 6.2%. That is double of our neighbor, higher than France, higher than Italy, higher than Germany. It is, in fact, the worst food inflation in the G7. This year, it will cost about $17,600 to feed a family, and that is up $1,000 just from last year. According to the NDP Consumer Price Index, 71% of Canadians expect the cost of living to get worse. 41% say that they are $200 or less away from insolvency. These are kitchen table realities. And here's another reality that hits me deeply as a mother. 1/3 of food bank visitors are children, Mr. Speaker. That should stop every single one of us in our tracks. We need to appreciate their urgency, but also bring forward long-term solutions. I spend a lot of time chatting with my neighbors in Newmarket Aurora to learn what is important to them. And there's one conversation that stuck with me. A mother stood at her doorstep and broke down in tears as she explained the impossible choices she's making because her dollars don't buy as much as they used to. And she wasn't asking for sympathy, she was asking for solutions. And as a mother myself, I feel this deeply. Her story is not unique. I hear it through emails, surveys, and community events. Canadians are working hard, but they still feel like they're falling behind. In my first speech in the House, I said inflation is the slow undoing of a family's dignity. When fiscal discipline disappears, the consequences are not rhetorical. They show up at the grocery store. They show up when the rent is due. They show up when families decide which bill can wait. The choices we make here shape the daily lives of Canadians. That responsibility should push us all towards policies that are lasting. Conservatives have been putting forward those solutions. We need to end this homegrown affordability crisis with solutions for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton West and Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Newmarket Aurora for her very thoughtful speech and genuine concern for those families, parents, seniors that are facing affordability issues in their community. In the city of Hamilton, the average family income is significantly lower than other parts of the province, so this issue is particularly acute in the areas that I represent. A credit of $7,500 over 5 years is, I think, substantial assistance, but the member talked about the need for long-term measures to decrease food prices. In this bill, there are measures for the Strategic Response Fund, food security program, and also funding for increasing domestic production of food. So I'm just wondering through you to the member what other recommendations might be brought forward if this proceeds to committee. Thank you.
The honourable member from Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my colleague for his question. I know his writing well. I used to cover it when I was in the financial sector. And as I mentioned in my speech, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been pushed beyond their limits. They are doing everything they can to make ends meet, and they are exhausted. On that basis, every little bit helps. This $10 a week will provide some sort of relief. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, we need to address the root of the problem. This rebate idea has been presented and offered before in 2022, to be exact. It did not solve the problem. The Minister of Finance, then Minister of Industry, said he was watching the prices of groceries. It did not solve the problem. We need to address the root cause of the problem, which is overtaxation, lack of grocery chain competition, and massive inflationary deficits.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear from my colleague about something we've been proposing. We've been saying for some time that instead of just offering one payment by June, that it would have been better from now to start increasing the GST credit payments in a regular manner. We agree with the subsequent increase of 25%, but we are proposing that the credit could be offered on a monthly basis because we know that the most vulnerable individuals are in difficult financial straits and they have to pay off their credit cards every month. So this would enable people to have more stability and to pay less interest and better use the money.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question and suggestion. In speaking to my neighbors in Newmarket, Aurora, I think any sort of relief will be helpful at this moment in time. Monthly would also be helpful to them, but I do want to reiterate that Canadians have been asking for serious long-term solutions to the root of the problem and what is driving up the cost of food disproportionate to other G7 countries. And when we refer to other countries, we know that it is a Canadian, a homegrown problem, and it's because of the overtaxation and lack of competition.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cambridge, about 35 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for a very compassionate speech. The rise to the cost of food is also an issue in my riding, my community, and people want government to prioritize lowering these costs to help bring they're struggling and they can't put food on the table and feed their families. So I was wondering if my colleague could share how food insecurity is affecting her community, especially mothers, and the difficult choices they are being forced to make.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora, about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is inevitable for me to think of this one mother, a single mother of three, that I met in Newmarket, and she was a mother of three boys. When I knocked on the door, she was very reluctant to open the door, and I later understood why. She was struggling to pay her rent. And when I introduced myself, she opened the door and she burst down in tears and she said, "Sandra, I cannot keep up with the rent, and I promise you I don't know what I'm going to feed my boys next week." That's the reality that Canadians are living through, and particularly mothers, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious problem that deserves urgent solutions.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of the good people of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry and be on the record here to discuss the latest Liberal legislation, this time their attempt to address ever-increasing grocery prices under their watch. And I would say this piece of legislation that we have before us, first and foremost, is frankly an admission of failure. It was only 2 months ago that the Liberals tabled their budget with an $80 billion deficit, and now here we are 2 months later. They're adding another $12 billion over the coming years in their latest rebate program that's going to do little to address the core root issue of food prices and increasing costs at the grocery store. I think it's important as I start my comments here today to provide Canadians a reminder, a lay of the land, if you will, of where we are when it comes to grocery prices and food prices in this country, the Liberal record for the last 10 years. When the Liberals came into office in 2015, a mother and father, parents with 2 children could go to the grocery store, and for $160 a week, they'd be able to get their groceries. Over the course of the last 10 years, we've seen grocery prices double in this country. After carbon taxes, after red tape, and after endless deficits causing inflation, it now costs today more than $340 a week for that same family of 4 to go to the grocery store. That is a double-digit increase on average every single year that they have been in office, more than 10% on average per year. It is a fact now, and this is the government's own data from Statistics Canada, that it's going to cost the average family of 4 over $17,000, $17,600 on average just to feed themselves this year. That is an increase in 2026 that's expected to be $1,000 more at the grocery store checkout for families this year. That's the reality of the record of the last 10 years and why we're in the situation of the government needing to offer more rebates to Canadians because of their failed record when it comes to food prices. And I'll get into the reasons why and what we can do to stop that in just a few minutes. We're also seeing the situation play out at the stats at food banks right across this country. We have 2.2 million Canadians using a food bank every month in this country. And as always, I am grateful for those local food banks that are working very hard in our community of SD&G to support thousands and thousands of families and individuals in their time of need. If it's the House of Lazarus in Mountain, Agape in Cornwall, the Salvation Army, St. Vincent de Paul in both Cornwall and Alexandria, or the Community Food Share in Dundas County, they're doing an incredible amount of work under very trying circumstances. When I speak to those organizations, they would tell you, like they've told me, that usage in the last couple of years has doubled, and the increases are only going up and getting worse. As a matter of fact, the Agape Centre in Cornwall had some pretty eye-opening statistics when they had their annual general meeting last fall, where they said they now use over 1 million pounds of food to help people in the city of Cornwall alone. 39,000 visits, nearly 40,000 visits to their food bank, 31,000 visits to their soup kitchen and meal program, and they've helped thousands of individuals. When I kind of did some rough math, it's about nearly 1 in every 10 people in the city of Cornwall are using the food bank today. That is not sustainable, and that is a damning indictment on the record of this Liberal government after 10 years in office. The Prime Minister has been in office for the last year. And let's take a look at that specific record of the Prime Minister. Right now, under his leadership and after 1 year, food inflation has doubled under his watch to 6.2% and is the highest of all the countries in the G7. Now, when we talk about this as a homegrown problem in our country, because they try to blame everybody else but themselves for the situation we find ourselves in with that highest inflation in the G7. They blame tariffs, they blame global factors, but let's make it very clear, every other G7 country has those same issues of battling tariffs and battling global factors, but our food inflation costs here in Canada are only going up. The rebate that is being offered is far from a real and long-term solution. Conservatives have said we will let this pass because at the end of the day, it's about $10 a week extra when you break it down for a grocery bill that often costs hundreds of dollars for individuals or for families. But it's an admission of failure because, again, they just tabled their budget 2 months ago, and they are admitting now, just 2 months later, that they need to smash glass and spend an extra $12 billion over the course of the next couple of years to try to get it under control. That's if you qualify. So if you don't receive the GST credits, you don't qualify for this benefit. There's going to be millions and millions of middle-class families that are struggling to put food on the table and keep a roof over their head that are going to get $0 in rebates from this latest Liberal proposal. But they make you act. This is the one thing about the Liberals, and I don't give them too many compliments too often. The one I give them, with maybe a backhanded compliment, Mr. Speaker, if I could, they're the best at announcements. They make everybody feel like this check is in the mail. Everybody's going to get it. It's coming soon. When the fact is a majority of Canadians and those in the middle class that are struggling to get by are not going to get it. They did this with the rent rebate. Remember, they said they were going to send $500 to millions of Canadians. A very, very small percentage of Canadians qualified and received that rebate. It is all announcement, it is rhetoric, and it does not meet the reality of the moment that we are in. I get asked often, and rightfully so, Conservatives have done a good job while the Liberals try to paint a rosy picture of what's going on. It is far from the reality. They have a lot of rhetoric that does not match the reality. And what they are doing, Mr. Speaker, is not addressing the root cause of the issue. They're offering a rebate, but this is going to do absolutely nothing to slow down the rate of inflation. In fact, when you add $12 billion in deficits and more spending, you are fueling the inflationary fire that is causing inflation with food, with housing, and with other general expenses when it comes to inflation. And so I get asked, what would Conservatives do? And I want to be very specific in my time today to provide Canadians with an alternative. It doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to accept this sacrifice argument from the Prime Minister to say, this is just the way it's going to be. Canadians need to accept that we have the highest food inflation in the G7. There's nothing that they can do about it, and it's nothing that they're causing. That is far from the truth. There are several things and several taxes the Liberals have in place on food that we could scrap immediately. Conservatives have said we are willing to support legislation and fast-track it through the House of Commons if they would do and tackle those root causes that we face in this country. Number one, the industrial carbon tax. They cancelled finally, after years and years and years of stubbornness, the consumer carbon tax. But it's important for Canadians to remember that the industrial carbon tax remains in place. It taxes farmers and fertilizer and businesses and trucking organizations that are shipping our food all across this country. It is driving up the price. And also, one of the key things I think it's important for Canadians to know is that the latest carbon tax that's hidden and baked into the price of gas and diesel in this country, and that's their new fuel standard. Don't take my word for it. It's a parliamentary budget officer that says the rules that they put in place since July 2023, the Liberals have required that gasoline and diesel used in Canada meet certain reduction requirements. And right now, because of that, it is adding 7 cents a litre to the price of gasoline, 6 cents a litre for diesel. And they've said by the year 2030, it's going to be 17 cents a litre on the price of gas, 16 cents a litre in diesel. And remember those phony rebates where the Liberals said, don't worry in the carbon tax or further ahead because you get more rebates? They've all admitted that was nothing but a scheme. There are zero rebates when it comes to the new fuel regulations, when it comes to the industrial carbon tax. It is all Canadians paying the bill when it comes to that. Conservatives have called to scrap the industrial carbon tax, scrap these new fuel standards that they have in place and this fuel tax that they have in place. And Mr. Speaker, we're not stopping there. The food packaging tax, the plastics ban that they're going through and imposing on Canadians, it is now estimated that the packaging tax on food is going to cost about $1.3 billion more because of their red tape and regulations that they're putting on there. But most, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, the fourth thing that we can do is get inflation under control by getting our deficits under control. We cannot have endless $80 billion deficits in this country. We cannot have the fueling of the inflationary fire continue. It's Conservatives that are going to get rid of the industrial carbon tax, the new fuel tax, the food packaging tax, and get inflation under control so we can get food prices under control. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member talks about we're going to get rid of this, we're going to get rid of that as a Conservative Party, and we know and I understand that the Conservative Party does have a certain mentality, and that mentality has been demonstrated yet again today, and that's just to get out of the way, to get the government to stop providing for Canadians. It appears as if they're prepared to allow this legislation to go through. I'm grateful for that because I do believe that this legislation, in a very targeted way, is going to help 10 million Canadians on the issue of affordability, in particular dealing with grocery prices. But my question to the member is that attitude that the Conservative Party has of getting out of the way. Does he genuinely believe programs such as the National School Program for Nutrition, which is now a permanent program, the dental program, are programs that his own constituents would not support?
Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
Absolute gaslighting to me, Mr. Speaker, because the reality is after 10 years, they've driven up food costs and housing costs. Housing costs have doubled, food costs have doubled, and it's under their watch. And now they're coming out pretending that they have the solutions to fix the very problem that they created. Here's the reality. We talk about getting out of the way. It's getting taxes lower in this country. That's what Conservatives stand for, a key principle. We have, remember for years, the carbon tax the Liberals had in place. You made money on the carbon taxes. They gave you so much money back in the rebate. We had a Liberal member just speak today and say, Mr. Speaker, that they cut the carbon tax to save people at the pumps. They're finally admitting that the carbon tax, their carbon tax, costs money. The industrial carbon tax, their new fuel standard, is doing the same thing. It is driving up the cost of food, the cost of trucking, and the cost of groceries in this country. Those are examples of what we'll do to get out of the way.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Mr. Gouche. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I think that, like me, he's concerned about the impact of inflation. And a bit before Christmas, I was in Chandler in my riding, and I went to an arena to speak with people. And one of the volunteers, who was, a bit elderly, he took my arm and he said, "Hey, listen, what are you doing? Because with OAS, I can't make ends meet." And that's what inflation means. It means that there are people who are eating less and who aren't eating as well. And there are people who are living with a lot of stress. So we're in favor of this proposal from the government. We think that the government needs to go further. Would my colleague agree to work with us in the Bloc Québécois to push for the government to put more money in seniors' pockets by increasing OAS for seniors aged 64 to 75?
Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, Conservatives are always in favor, and the line I always use, money is better spent by someone who earns it than by somebody who collects it. And that's for our seniors and small businesses and all families in this country. The more money they can stay in their pocket in the first place to afford groceries, to afford rent or a mortgage, and those costs of living makes them better off. So I'm all in favor of measures. But when we talk about inflation, Mr. Speaker, it's important that the Bloc support our effort as well to axe the industrial carbon tax that's on there and scrap the fuel standard, because for those families out there paying 7 cents, going up to 17 cents a litre more in gasoline with zero rebates, that's going to drive up their day-to-day expenses, and it's going to make food more expensive to ship in every part of this country. We talk about lowering inflation. There's two concrete measures we can do to lower food prices and stop these massive increases we're seeing.
Comments, Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will thank my colleague for his very enlightening speech on C-19. The Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit Act, which is legislation introduced by the Liberals, whereby they will give a handout to Canadian citizens to fill the gap that they created in the first place. First, they erode Canadians' wealth by economic mismanagement, and then they give a temporary benefit and boast about their generosity. Perhaps the member could expand on his earlier comment that introduction of this legislation is really an admission of failure.
A brief response of the Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
I've used this line before, so I apologize for the repetition, but it's like asking the arsonist to put the fire out, is kind of what this whole situation is, where the Liberals have created this mess over the course of the last 10 years, and now they're pretending to be the answer to all of these problems. We've seen this rebate program before, back in 2022, 2023, give or take. They had this temporary rebate that was given back to Canadians. What did we see? It did not address food prices. They've only gone up by record numbers. Since then, we're only seeing more Canadians use a food bank. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, inflation is still out of control and our deficits are still out of control. They've learned nothing the course of the last couple of years.
Debate reprise du débat des Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
And I'll begin by just thanking you for this opportunity. L'abordabilité au Canada est une...
Affordability in Canada is a hard reality for many Canadians. And for Canadians, the cost of food and housing continues to go up. As such, any effort to help make Canadians' lives easier is very important for residents of the North. And so it's with pleasure that I participate in the debate today, following the tabling of Bill C-19, the Act for the Grocery and Essential Benefits Act. When I'm back in my riding and when I go get groceries, it's a great opportunity to speak with voters, to support local businesses, and to see firsthand how food prices are going up. And I have the chance to be able, the luck to be able to afford what I need, but I know that things are very difficult for many Canadians, and it's harder for them to buy the basics, whether it be fruit, vegetables, meat, fish, everything costs a little bit more. For a number of years now, many Canadians have been feeling the impact of this increase of costs, and our government will continue to put in place measures to help those who need it the most. We are strengthening Canada, and we are continuing to strengthen programs that Canadians depend on. For example, daycare, the Canada Child Benefit, or dental care. In addition, we are building housing and infrastructure at a speed that's never been seen before. But in the meantime, it's essential for our government to give Canadians a helping hand so that they can make ends meet. That is why we have put in place these new measures that are going to help Canadians face increasing costs, particularly the new benefit for groceries and essential needs. Mr. Speaker, we are stronger when we take care of one another and when we make sure that everyone has the ability to live in dignity.
To make life more affordable for Canadians. With the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, our government is going to put more money back into Canadians' pockets. This weekend I was talking with constituents, and I can tell you that many have taken notice of this new benefit and how it will help Canadians who are bearing the highest burden of affordability, the affordability crisis that we're in. I know that this measure will greatly help many people in my riding, especially seniors and families. And as the Prime Minister announced last week, the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit will replace what was formerly known as the Goods and Services Tax Credit, and it'll be more generous. The amounts paid will increase by 25% for 5 years, beginning in July 2026, and will index this benefit to inflation, so payments go up every year to match future increases in the Consumer Price Index. But notably for the short term, we're also providing a one-time payment equivalent to a 50% increase this year. So what does that mean exactly for Canadians? Well, Mr. Speaker, this means that a family of 4 will receive up to $1,890 this year and about $1,400 a year for the next 4 years. For a single person, that person will receive up to $950 this year and about $700 a year for the next 4 years. So I'm pleased to say that the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit will provide additional significant support for more than 12 million Canadians. And it's a measure to truly support Canadians who need it the most, and that's why Food Banks Canada recommended we support Canadians in this way. Many Canadians will be able to afford a nutritious food to feed their families thanks to this new benefit. I'll therefore encourage my colleagues to support Bill C-19 so we can roll it out as soon as possible. After the one-time payment is made this spring, eligible families and individuals will receive the enriched regular payments under the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit as of July 2026. And the benefit will be paid quarterly at the start of the quarter to permit timely access to the funds to help families with day-to-day expenses. As I say, this new benefit is an important step forward to support Canadians, but we're also moving forward with other important measures. And again, Yukoners have taken note of this. Par exemple, le gouvernement réserve 500 millions de dollars de fonds de réponse stratégique pour aider les entreprises à absorber les coûts attribuables aux perturbations dans la chaîne d'approvisionnement sans réfléchir.
Without sending the bill to Canadians. And for the same reason, the Canadian government will increase food security in response to tariffs for small and medium-sized businesses and organizations that support them. Our government is also going forward with greenhouse support measures. They will be able to claim costs since November 4th and used before 2030. With this measure, we will increase supply to the country and invest in medium-term production. Our government is also well aware that food banks across the country are under pressure as many Canadians need support. That is why we are providing $20 million to the local Food Infrastructure Fund. This will help food banks and other local, regional, and national organizations offer more nutritious food to families in need. However, I'd like to say that our government understands that it's necessary to find long-term solutions to fight food insecurity. More than ever, we need to address the root causes of food insecurity. That is why we have a national strategy for food security. And this new strategy will strengthen food production in the country and improve access to affordable, nutritious food. There will also be measures for labeling by unit, and the Competition Bureau will ensure competition rules are enforced, including in the food supply chain.
The government is focused on building a stronger economy to create more career opportunities and higher wages. In parallel, we're introducing measures like the one I just discussed to bring down costs and make life more affordable in communities across the country. And by doing so, we'll empower more Canadians with greater certainty, security, and prosperity. As you know, we've already moved forward with many measures to make life more affordable. For example, making the National School Food Program permanent, providing school meals for up to 400,000 children each year, and saving participating families with two children in school an estimated $800 annually on groceries. And we've cut taxes for 22 million middle-class Canadians by lowering the first marginal personal income tax rate from 15% to 14% as of July 1st, 2025. With this tax cut, we're providing relief of up to $420 a year per person, or up to $840 a year for two-income families. The government has also cancelled the consumer carbon price effective April 1st, directly helping most Canadians save money at the pump.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that many Canadians are experiencing pressure because of the cost of living and need immediate support. That is why we will offer support quickly with C-19 to put in place the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. This new benefit is significant and immediate support for Canadians who need it most. The government's plan is to build the strongest economy in the G7.
Many Canadians put food on the table and help to make ends meet. And therefore, I encourage all my colleagues to support C-19. Thank you, Mr. President.
Member from Middlesex, London.
My colleague across the way for his speech today. And in his speech, he mentioned something that I have mentioned before in this House previous, and that is the root cause. And I think Yukoners can agree, like you said, food prices have gone through the roof. And one thing about the Yukon territory is that they can get their groceries by trucks. instead of having to come on planes. And one of the reasons why groceries can be so expensive for all Canadians is because there's still an industrial carbon tax on all of those trucks that have to truck the groceries, whether it's up to the Yukon or whether it's in southwestern Ontario from farm to the fridge. We are still paying industrial carbon tax. And the root cause of all of the food price increases that we see in Canada is directly related back to government policies. So I'm wondering if the member opposite would agree that the government needs to address the root causes of the food prices, which is their policy, and change their policies to bring food costs down so farmers can afford to produce food at a good price.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
I want to thank the member opposite for her question, and also for her frequent visits to the North and her advocacy for the North. But that's about where we will have to part ways, because I think what the member points out is this perceived link between industrial carbon pricing and food prices, which actually doesn't exist. So we are looking forward. We're looking forward to build a modern economy. And part of that is sticking with progressive policies, and then examining where we can examine the true root causes, increasing our food sovereignty, our food autonomy as a nation, and looking forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, this government is putting Band-Aids on big wounds, and it looks good because they're rescuing people. Now there's a measure that will help people over 5 years, and after those 5 years, people will probably have some anxiety, especially seniors who are the most vulnerable in society, and their number will grow. In 5 years, there will be a Band-Aid, and they're going to rip it off or leave it in place. We don't know. We'll find out maybe just before an election, quite likely. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know if the member thinks that the government should put in place measures that will allow seniors who wish to return to work without being penalized in their benefits with the guaranteed income supplement. Are there measures that can be put in place to allow them to better return to work or improve their conditions and allow them to deal with the spike in the cost of living? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you to my colleague, and thank you for the parallels with healthcare measures, Band-Aids. So this measure is a very important Band-Aid for the coming years because it's like a bridge. We expect with all of the other measures that we are putting in place to support a sovereign Canada and a stronger economy. It will be easier for everybody, for seniors. For myself, what's important are targeted actions over the coming years. Thank you.
Brief question, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to appreciate the member from Yukon for sharing the insights. And as someone who has visited the Yukon Territory, I know it's a very different experience in Yukon than it is for constituents within the riding of Waterloo. I know that constituents within the riding of Waterloo want to see members work together. And I know that Conservatives just had their convention this weekend. They were coming with a new approach to say, we want to help Canadians. And I would like to hear from the member, because I know this legislation would benefit constituents in the riding of Waterloo, and the sooner we can get it passed and enacted, the greater benefit they can receive and the sooner. I would like to hear from the member, what are the benefits within the Yukon and what are the benefits of all members coming together to recognize the importance of helping Canadians during these times, and what does this legislation do for them? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief response.
I want to thank the member for Waterloo for her question and for her advocacy. And this is a time, again, I was speaking this weekend with many of my constituents, and I think this is a moment where Canadians everywhere, Canadians in the North, Canadians across the country are expecting us to work together. And in that vein, I'm hoping that in this House we can all work together to have this bill passed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
The honourable member for Pickering Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to participate in today's debate on Bill C-19, the Canada Groceries and Essential Benefit Act. We are at a pivotal moment in Canadian history. We are all bearing witness to a rapid change in the global landscape. Trade shocks are hitting countries around the world, and geopolitical threats are intensifying. This transformation is thrusting workers, businesses, and whole economies into a state of uncertainty. As the Prime Minister said recently at the World Economic Forum in Davos, we're in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. He argued that the rules-based order is fading, but there is still much that can be done, Mr. Speaker. Canada's new government is focused on what it can control. And a big part of taking things into our own hands is building a strong economy to make life more affordable for Canadians. Of course, Mr. Speaker, our plan will generate big payoffs for Canadians over time. However, we know that many Canadians are feeling the financial squeeze of everyday expenses right now. They want immediate relief, and we are delivering. Our government is proposing the new Canada Groceries and Essential Benefit to help more than 12 million low and moderate income Canadians afford day-to-day necessities right now. Alongside this benefit, we are also proposing a one-time lump sum payment based on eligibility to the Goods and Services Tax Credit. The positive impact of Canada Groceries and essential benefits and the one-time payment will come quickly when Canadians need it the most. If this legislation receives swift royal assent, the support will start rolling out as early as the spring. Mr. Speaker, I urge all honourable members to pass Bill C-19 without delay so we can ensure Canadians get this much-needed relief as soon as possible. I know the Canada Groceries and Essential Benefits will be a difference maker for so many Canadians, including Canadians in my riding, Pickering, Brooklyn. The benefit will be indexed to inflation, and it will build on the existing GST credit. Our government has designated the benefit to provide $11.7 million in additional support over 6 years. To help address affordability challenges, the benefit will provide a one-time top-up payment equal to a 50% increase in the annual 25-26 year value of the GST credit. This support will be paid out as early as possible this spring or no later than June 2026. It will deliver $3.1 billion in immediate assistance to individuals and families who are already getting the GST credit. There's more, Mr. Speaker. In addition, the value of the Canada Groceries and Essential Benefit will increase by 25% for 5 years starting in July 2026. This expansion will deliver another $8.6 billion in support over the 2026-2027 and 2030 to 31 period, and will ensure that the benefit goes to 500,000 new individuals and families. Combined, these measures will deliver extra support of up to $402 to a single individual without children, $527 to a couple, and $805 to a couple with 2 children. For example, a single senior with $25,000 in net income would receive a one-time top-up of $267, plus a longer-term increase of $137 for the 2026-2027 benefit year, for a total increase of $402. In total, for the 2026-2027 benefit year, they would receive a $950, including the top-up. Here's another example. A couple with 2 children with $40,000 in net income would receive a one-time top-up of $533, plus an increase of $272 for the 2026-2027 benefit year, for a total increase of $805. In all, for the 2026-2027 benefit year, the couple would receive $1,890, including the top-up. I want to be clear on my next point, Mr. Speaker. At these levels, our government will be offsetting the rising cost of groceries beyond the overall inflation growth we've experienced since the pandemic. After the one-time payment is made in the spring of 2026, eligible families and individuals in Canada will receive the enriched regular payment under the Canada Groceries and Essential Benefit as of July 2026. The benefit payment will arrive quarterly to ensure families can use the funds to help with their day-to-day expenses. As you know, the benefit will be only one example of the many ways we are supporting Canadians. It will be in addition to existing benefits such as the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Disability Benefit, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement. The new Canada Groceries and Essential Benefit will not only help Canadians at a difficult time, it will also support our drive to build a stronger and strongest economy in the G7. Canada's new government has been relentlessly focused on bringing costs down for Canadians. Above all, the government will empower Canadians by helping them get ahead and reduce their cost of living. When Canadians keep more of the money they earn, they can better support their families, invest in their communities, and build the future they want. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to improving affordability in Canada, and our actions have been fulfilling this pledge. Through measures such as those outlined in Budget 2025, we have taken important steps to ease the financial pressure on Canadian households. For instance, as part of Bill C-4, we are eliminating the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes up to $1 million and reducing the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes between $1 million and $1.5 million. We are also delivering major tax cuts. Since July 1st, 2025, Canadians have been paying less tax after the government announced lowering the first marginal personal income tax rate from 15% to 14%. The rate reduction, which is currently before Parliament as part of Bill C-4, applies to taxable income of up to $58,523 in 2026. This change will ensure nearly 22 million Canadians benefit from tax relief of up to $420 per person, saving two-income families up to $840 this year. Notably, most of the tax relief will go to Canadians with income in the two lowest tax brackets. Our government has also cancelled the divisive consumer fuel charge, directly allowing Canadians in provinces and territories where the fuel charge applies to save money from the price they pay at the pump. This action has reduced gasoline price in most provinces and territories by up to 18 cents a litre in comparison to 2024-2025. They have also helped to lower headline inflation. Mr. Speaker, actions on affordability like those I've highlighted today are key examples of how the government is empowering Canadians to shape their own future. In the words of the Prime Minister, we cannot control what other nations do, but we can control what we build for ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentary. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I did listen intently to my colleague's speech, and one thing that I'm trying to wrap my head around is they're talking about how important this Bill C-19 is and how important this initiative is to give some money back to Canadians. That in itself is not, it should be really a signal to Canadians that they've failed when it comes to grocery price inflation. Canada has the highest food inflation in the G7 right now, and it's been that way for a while. So my question is, if this was such an important initiative, why wasn't it in their fall budget? Why did they just have this come to Jesus moment now to put checks in mailboxes for the election they want?
Good question. The Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to thank the member opposite for that question. What's important about this bill right now, the bill is timely to put money back in the pockets of people for them to use right now.
Hear, hear.
It is true that we have to tackle the root causes of food insecurity, and we are developing a national food security strategy. And strategies like that do take time. And the domestic food production and improve access to affordable, nutritious food. In the meantime, measures such as this do help everyday Canadians. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the speech. It sounded like she had carefully thought through the issues. But one thing that I don't feel the government has thought through is the impact this is having on the debt, because we know that everything this government is doing is going to add to the debt. According to the PBO, over 6 years, $12.4 billion will be taken from the debt, and yet revenue will not go up, and OAS is not being increased for seniors. Within the next several years, inflation will have gnawed away at people's incomes. Is this responsible?
For Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to thank my colleague for that question. As everything, all programs do cost money, and this program at this time is timely and is needed.
Hear, hear.
And we need to do what we can for all Canadians, and that's what the government is doing at this moment.
I know.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for her excellent speech. And I know that the member was in her home riding of Pickering, Brooklyn over the weekend. And I just wonder if she can describe a little bit what this means for her own constituents in Pickering, Brooklyn.
Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
I want to thank my colleague for that question. In Pickering, Brooklyn, I have a large constituents who are seniors. And I got a lot of calls from members of my riding thanking the government for such program, because even getting $100 extra means a lot to the seniors at this time. And I think the government is doing an excellent job able to give seniors whose monthly income, which yearly income, which is lower than 25, would definitely benefit from this program.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much. But this member, I just asked her questions. He had zero answer. If this was such an important initiative, food price inflation has been an issue for years and years. So if this was so important, why wasn't this championed at the cabinet table? Why wasn't this in the budget last fall when they presented a budget, and then they would have had that $3 billion in the already massive deficit that they delivered to Canadians? So I would like her to answer the question of why wasn't this initiative in the budget if it was so important to the Liberal Party of Canada?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last fall budget had many things that lowered the cost for constituents. And listening to the Conservatives always and every day talking about food costs, and we have come up with this plan to help all Canadians. And we would really like the Conservatives to help us pass this bill so we could help all Canadians.
Right on.
There's only one member that was recognized to speak. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time today with the member from Calgary Centre. It's an honor to rise today to speak on behalf of the people of the Long Range Mountains and to speak to Bill C-19 and to explain why Conservatives will support this legislation while also being honest and transparent with Canadians about the serious affordability challenges that it does not solve. The government says this measure is intended to help Canadians manage the rising cost of groceries and essential goods, and we will not obstruct or delay help reaching people because any relief is better than none for Canadians who are struggling right now. But supporting this does not mean pretending it solves the problem Canadians are facing. Canadians deserve honesty and transparency about what this bill does and, just as importantly, what it does not do. With respect to transparency, the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed this morning that the entire cost is being borrowed, adding approximately $1.397 billion just in new interest charges over the next 5 years. That is money Canadians will pay just to service the debt. When affordability measures are funded through borrowing, Canadians pay higher inflation, higher interest rates, and higher taxes. Conservatives believe short-term relief should not come at the expense of long-term affordability. Accordingly, supporting this bill does not mean ignoring its shortcomings or pretending that this half measure is a response to a serious problem that is facing Canadians. In addition, this measure is a drop in the bucket compared to what Canadians are paying at the grocery store. For most households, it will be gone after only a few trips while prices continue to rise week after week. It offers short-term relief, but it does nothing to change the reality Canadians face every single time they buy food. Exactly. Canadians understand a temporary credit may help cover a bill, but it does not change the prices on the shelves. Our responsibility as parliamentarians is to not only pass measures that provide short-term help, but to be honest with Canadians about whether these measures will actually improve their lives in a lasting way. This is an even more concerning issue where I come from. According to Food First NL, Newfoundland and Labrador is facing a profound food security crisis. In 2024, 30.1% of people in our province lived in a food insecure household, well above the national average and placing us among the highest rates in Canada. That's roughly 158,000 of our neighbours struggling to afford the food they need and want, and things have only gotten worse. Food costs have continued to rise faster than incomes, and while families everywhere feel the pinch, the crisis is even more acute outside of our urban centres. Rural and smaller communities face higher food costs and greater barriers to accessing affordable, nutritious food than they do in urban centres, underscoring that people in my riding are bearing a disproportionate share of the hardship. Compounding these pressures is 1 in 4 residents in Newfoundland and Labrador is now 65 years or older, the highest share of seniors in any province in Canada. This demographic reality means a larger portion of low-income, fixed-income households who are particularly vulnerable to rising food prices and who spend a bigger share of their limited income on essentials. This combination of high food inflation, rural cost pressures, and an older, lower-income population shows why measures like Bill C-19, while they may be well-intentioned, don't go far enough to address the depth of the crisis people are facing in Newfoundland and Labrador. And as a result, they're certainly anxious and paying attention and immediately responding to my office. What I'm hearing from constituents is consistent and clear. This measure may help briefly, but it does not keep up with grocery prices. From 2025. In Newfoundland and Labrador, these pressures are felt even more acutely. Our province relies far more heavily on imported food than many other parts of income, they're pushed out of eligibility altogether. Their long-term financial situation did not improve, but their grocery bills certainly did not go down. They are now left uncertain about whether they will receive this benefit at all, despite facing the same rising prices as everyone else. One message to my office summed it up clearly. If a policy does nothing to change prices, it does nothing to fix affordability. A payment that arrives once is quickly swallowed by rising costs, and families are left facing the same grocery bill the very next week. Without addressing inflation and the policies driving it, the benefit disappears while the problem remains. That observation captures the core weakness of Bill C-19. In addition, this measure is not new. In 2022, the Liberal government doubled the same GST credit. Canadians were promised relief. Food prices continued to rise. Food bank use increased. Affordability worsened. Policy. Governments cannot control global weather patterns or international markets, but they do control taxes, regulations, and spending decisions. When fuel costs rise, food becomes more expensive to grow, process, and transport. When the government taxes industry, those costs are passed on to consumers. When deficits grow unchecked, inflation erodes purchasing power for everyone. The government insists there's no tax on food. Canadians know that is not true in practice. Period. That is why we will allow this measure to move forward, so any relief is not delayed. But we also believe Canadians should not be left with the impression that the legislation represents a permanent or comprehensive solutions, because real affordability comes from lowering the costs built into prices into food in the first place. For those reasons, we will support Bill C-19, but we will continue to press for lasting affordability for Canadians in Newfoundland and Labrador and across the country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, the Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Long Range Mountains for her speech and for supporting C-19. The member opposite mentioned being honest about the impact of government policies. And we've seen in the last year that gas prices have actually reduced in Canada by about 17 to 20%. But at the same time, we've seen grocery prices increase by about 5%. And so my question to the member opposite is, does she really believe that by reducing the industrial carbon tax, it's actually going to have a significant impact on reducing the price of groceries in Canada, when we've already seen that by the price of gas going down in Canada, it hasn't had that effect?
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you for the question from my colleague across the way. Before I became a member of Parliament, I was an entrepreneur for many, many years, and I understand how when entrepreneurs incur costs, those costs eventually get passed on to consumers. So I understand that, Canadians understand that, and so yes, I do believe removing the industrial carbon tax is going to contribute to the rising food crisis.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de la Pointe de l'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague was talking about reducing the carbon tax. But the more we subsidize oil and gas companies, the more we increase greenhouse gas emissions, the more we increase climate change. Flooding, wildfires, and so on. This has real costs for people. There's a real cost to climate change. Now we know that this government's policies is leading to an increase in the cost of living. For example, the PBO has stated that poorly thought out immigration policies have led to an increase in the cost of housing, a 25% increase. What does my colleague think of that, please?
Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank the honourable colleague for the question. Well, first of all, I just want to say that Conservatives believe that tackling the climate crisis can be done while also spurring on the economy. We believe in technology, not taxes. And while we've heard in many cases that increasing taxes on consumers will somehow contribute to solving the climate crisis, we have a different approach. And we take climate change seriously, but we believe in a different approach in supporting technology and not taxes in this regard. So thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Long Range Mountain for a very inspiring speech. One thing I've noticed consistently during my years in this House is that when it comes to managing the economy, the Liberals will always attack the symptoms and not the underlying problems, like taking aspirin when surgery is required. The Bank of Canada said repeatedly that our lagging productivity metrics when compared to our trading nations is the problem, that it is a crisis, that it is undermining Canadians' purchasing power. So I wonder if my colleague could comment on the importance of the government doing the hard work of attacking the underlying root problems so that Canadians can get their purchasing power back again and not having to rely on handouts from the government.
Here, here. The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, and thank you for that question. And I guess first and foremost, we always want to recognize that people are struggling right now, and so we understand that sometimes these measures are important, but we don't believe in a system where people are chasing higher payments and adding to inflation and not providing real long-term solutions. So we believe that the government has a responsibility to really dig into the increased costs along the supply chain and also to spur on investment in the economy, which is why removing these increased costs will give relief to consumers, but will also make us more competitive and will spur on investment, which grows the economy, grows people's paychecks, and also provides real long-term solutions. So thank you so much for that question.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to see you in the House of Commons. It's great to see my colleagues, and I'm happy to address this bill that's come before the House, Bill C-19, Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit, which used to be called the Goods and Services Tax Credit, but in a nice marketing move, we're going to change the name of the Goods and Services Tax Credit into the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit, because before this bill, Canadians had trouble paying for their essentials along the way here. This is one of the things we have to get to the heart of here. But what the government's proposing is a one-time payment, a 50% added bonus this year for what used to be the GST rebate and is now, of course, the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit. So going up for a family of four from $1,100 to $1,890, a significant increase this year, but then carving it back to $1,400 next year and in the years following that. So a reduction. And that's a little strange. I'll address that later as we in the speech, Mr. Speaker. But this is in response to grocery inflation rising by 6.2% year over year. And notably, the highest in the G7 group of countries. More than double what it is in the United States, which is, of course, our nearest neighbor and somebody who actually has the same sort of transportation network that we do as far as getting our food goes. So I'm going to deviate here a little bit, Mr. Speaker, and talk about something that is the root cause of this, which, of course, is government debt. Now, right now, the government is about $1.3 trillion in debt. StatsCan, in February 2025, a year ago, estimated that $527 billion of that $1.3 trillion was international finance. So money that comes from offshore that we have to borrow from offshore in order to fund that $1.3 trillion debt. Now the problem is, of course, foreigners, and the money has to come from foreigners and future taxpayers that are going to pay for today's consumption. Projected interest costs for this year in the budget were an astounding $55.6 billion, and that's about $2,500 per Canadian family. Remember that 40% of that is held by foreigners. So 40% of $56 billion, about $22 billion in interest payments alone, leave Canada and pay international money managers. But it's getting worse because there is no slowdown in these interest payments. The projected interest payments over the next 5 years is $330 billion. So it's growing, Mr. Speaker. 40% again, if we maintain that 40% of that is going to offshore money managers. And Canadian taxpayers are giving foreign money managers $132 billion projected over 5 years. That is, of course, if the government actually sticks to their spending limits, which they have not been able to do thus far. So think about how much money is going out of Canadian taxpayer pockets into foreign money managers. In 2015, before the Liberals were elected, the amount of Canadian government debt held by foreigners was 27%. So we're about 1.5 times that amount held now, a significantly greater amount, but 1.5 times that amount is held in foreign accounts. Let's acknowledge there is not enough capital in Canada to fund this government's overspending, so it has to go offshore. It has to pay international finance managers to fund government, Canadians' consumption. Our economy is getting worse, and our government is spending like it has the money, which I assure you, Mr. Speaker, it does not. So it's borrowing from foreign bankers and paying a high price. And that price will get higher the more this government increases debt and misses more fiscal targets. Which brings us around to another input factor. Barely 2 months after delivering a much-delayed budget with a prospective deficit of over $78 billion, now we're suddenly adding over $3 billion more to this year's deficit and over $10 billion over the 5-year horizon. For what? So people can afford to eat. That's according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Something this government overlooked when it planned its deficits and borrowing plan. The ability of people to eat. This wasn't in the budget 2 months ago. And the Conservatives have been pointing it out, the food inflation that's hurting Canadians across this country. It's mystifying that the economists in charge on the other side didn't foresee this. Because inflation is not a symptom of government deficit. In fact, it's a feature. The most common way to pay back in the future on overspending today is currency debasement. That means Canadian dollars buy less in the future. More food doesn't appear out of nowhere. It just gets more expensive. Mysteriously, the government is planning to give Canadians more this year in the rebate than next year or the years following. Here's the problem with that. I guarantee more inflation next year and yet fewer government rebates. It almost seems like a Liberal formula. Throw out a whole bunch of checks and we'll see how Canadians respond and see if we should call an election in the process. If the Liberals had a majority here, would they be proceeding with this, or would they be continuing to debase Canadians' currency in this way? And forget about reminding those pesky Conservatives who keep telling Canadians how their cost of living are going out of control. In 2026, Mr. Speaker, families are expected to spend about $1,000 more on groceries than last year. This rebate will make up about $790 of that increase, and about $300 more going forward when groceries are going to be even more expensive. So families are still falling far behind in feeding their families. Food, life's essential, the very bottom layer of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you're not feeding your family, you are resorting to anything to get your family fed. No wonder Canadians are increasingly turning towards food banks. 2.2 million Canadians access food banks every month. That's astonishing. That number has doubled since 2019. Yet the Liberal government refuses to address the direct cause, and that's their own fiscal policies. On the one hand, the Canadian dollar buys less. On the other hand, the government's policies ramp up the cost of Canadian food production and delivery increases with the industrial carbon tax, a hidden tax that makes Canada less competitive and adds a cost burden on consumers. In addition, the clean fuels tax and taxes on food packaging and more to Canadians' food bills. It's hard to believe this food inflation is unique to Canada. It is, and it's hard to believe it's not a design of this government's actual policy direction. This government is debasing our currency. That means our dollars buy less. The agenda of managing decline is not the answer. We need to turn this around and make Canada a more prosperous nation again. Canada is borrowing more money excessively. We're borrowing money from foreign money managers. Canadian taxpayers are leaking billions per year to these international moneylenders. And now it's obvious we're borrowing more from foreigners so Canadians can afford to eat. If the path we are on isn't clear yet, it should be. I say to the government, get your fiscal house in order. The path you put this country on is not sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Wascana. I'll go to you.
Speaker, the Liberals have said many times now that the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit will help 12 million Canadians. But what about the other 28 million Canadians who are struggling with rising grocery prices? Why not adopt policies that will bring down the cost of groceries for all Canadians, such as cancelling the industrial carbon tax, the federal fuel standard, or unnecessary food packaging regulations, all of which drive up the price of groceries for all 40 million Canadians?
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the very important question. He's right. The government's targeting 12 million Canadians here with more rebates going out the door. The issue, of course, is that the government's role is to take taxes in a whole bunch of forms here, including hidden taxes, and then redistribute it to people that they think deserve that money. The issue is, can we not just have a better economy if we don't pull those taxes out in the first place? And that would benefit all the Canadians that could afford food much better. So stop the taking with one hand and giving out a little bit more with the other hand. That would be a huge solution for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to appreciate the member and the words that he's shared. I recall when he entered this place, and I have found him oftentimes to be a reasonable member, and the words that he shared today really demonstrate that, at least to constituents in the riding of Waterloo who often ask, can this House not be functional? I think today, watching the Deputy Leader of the Conservatives come in and move a motion to see this legislation being advanced so that Canadians can receive the supports that they need is a demonstration that this House can function. We would like to see the House function on legislation such as the crime bills, because constituents within the riding of Waterloo would like to see that as well. I would like to hear from the member, does he agree that we can have constructive feedback and conversation? We can always do better and do more, but it's important that we take the wins for our constituents to ensure that the government and all members of Parliament are able to deliver for our constituents, because I know that's what constituents within the riding of Waterloo want. What are the constituents of the riding of Calgary Centre expecting from members in this House? Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the important question. Working in this House is important, getting things done for Canadians. This is a bill that's going to ease food costs on a portion of Canadians. Of course, we're going to get behind that because we see the policies that have driven up those costs. We need to make sure we address that. People eating is a very, very important part of what we have to do here. And we agreed to 1 day of debate on this. We'll be moving this forward like my House leaders indicated earlier. This is about a constructive Parliament, getting good things done for Canadians. But what I noted in my speech is we need to address the underlying cause of why this is happening and get ahead of it, because otherwise we're going to be on this constant cycle of just putting more checks out and putting more fuel on the inflationary fire and causing more problems down the road. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Mr. Gouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was a very interesting speech on debt, the country's debt, And it's well known and accepted by everyone. The more debt we have, the less free we have. And so the question is, when we have situations to fix, would it be better that households take on the debt or the state that take on the debt? And what we're seeing is that household debt is going up by quite a lot. We saw that again in the last semester. Does my colleague not think that for measures like the one we're discussing today, it's better that it be the state that take on that debt than households that continue to take on debt?
Calgary Centre.
Excuse me,
sorry, Mr. Speaker. I didn't entirely understand my colleague's question, but I think that he was asking, what are we going to do with the increase in household debt? And it's very obvious. We're seeing that quite a bit. I think that for the moment, it's important to give more money to those who need it, money so that they can pay for food. But also we need to address the government's funding system, the federal government finance system, which is causing inflation and which is causing inflation on Canadians' food. The two things go hand in hand, and I think it's important to address the two together. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be dividing my time with the member from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan. And we are debating Bill C-19, the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit Act. And listening to the speeches all day today, the debates, you can't help but ask, why this bill? Mainly for two reasons. Canadians can't afford to pay their bills. They can't afford to buy groceries. And secondly, this was a promise made by this Liberal government to reduce groceries. Now, the name of this bill is a bit misleading because this does not affect grocery prices. This is actually a tax rebate. In fact, if you look at what's happening in Canada, the opposite is happening in terms of what this Liberal government promised, in terms of getting control of grocery inflation. In fact, the opposite is happening. Grocery costs have gone up and are still going up. Inflation did rise to 2.4% from 2.2%, but groceries rose to 5%. And in that respect, Canada, in terms of inflation, especially groceries, is the best performing country because Canadians can't afford groceries. That is crazy. I mean, I understand what it means not to be able to afford groceries. I was a counselor and a chief counselor for a small First Nations band on the west coast of BC. And it was one of my goals to make sure that people could afford groceries and pay their bills and build their own lives without government help. Because if you don't know anything about the Indian Act is basically built on government funding. And a lot of First Nation leaders try to get away from that dependence. But in this case here, Conservatives will be supporting Bill C-19, mainly to try see if we can stop some of the pain in terms of what Canadians are going through. I mean, some of the pain that Canadians are going through, 1 in 5 Canadians have skipped paying bills to buy food in Canada. Some Canadians are skipping meals because they can't afford it. They're making decisions on whether or not to keep the lights on or feed their children or themselves in Canada. Now, the Liberals, when they're not celebrating food banks, they're actually celebrating this tax rebate. Now, trying to get the logic of this down is celebrating the fact that you're imposing hidden taxes on Canadians and you want Canadians to be grateful that you're going to give some of that money back. When $1,800 in my riding will not cover rent for 1 month. $10 a month, what these Liberals are celebrating today. And they want Canadians to be grateful. And yet they're not even fulfilling their election promise. The Prime Minister himself said he should be judged by prices at the grocery store. This is not going to affect prices at the grocery store. It's a stopgap measure for 1 year. And those middle-income families, if they qualify, maybe they get a check, maybe. But like everything else, there's qualifications. Now, I've heard some of my colleagues here saying that we don't mind it when Liberals steal Conservative ideas. In fact, the Liberals got elected on a Conservative platform. Axe attacks, build pipelines, right? Negotiate with Trump down in the United States. And yet, on all counts, 4 or 5 of those promises couldn't be fulfilled by this Liberal government. I don't know why they couldn't fulfill those promises. Maybe they couldn't fulfill them, or maybe by choice they would not fulfill them. But here's another broken promise in saying they were going to address affordability at the grocery store. Now the question does arise in the same context: do the Liberals want to address grocery prices? Will they? Or by choice, won't they? Now we know, I've heard it talked about many times here, 2 million people visit food banks in Canada. And 700,000 of those people are children. That is heartbreaking, especially when you consider a portion of that population now are middle-class income earners, people with jobs, people with mortgages, who 10 years ago didn't have to worry about a tax rebate, didn't have to worry about skipping a bill. And in today's day and age, when you skip a bill, there are consequences for that bill payer. Mortgages going into default, getting your car taken away, only because they got to make a decision on whether or not they should eat or not. But what the Liberal government hasn't said, out of the 40 million people living in Canada, there are 10 million people that are living with food insecurity. Meaning, they're not sure where their next meal is going to come from. And I can't help but be surprised as a First Nations leader coming out of an area where we actually resolved unemployment, we resolved the economy by supporting LNG, supporting mining, supporting forestry, and then to come out to the House of Commons in Ottawa and find out all of Canada is in the same boat that we were in as First Nations 20 years ago. Just trying to pay the bills, just trying to find a job, just trying to be independent so we could chart out our own futures. In fact, Canada, you're going the opposite direction. And now you're starting to get a good understanding of what it feels like to be a First Nations living in Canada, where there are no economic opportunities, where you can't afford your bills, where you are dependent on government money. You're losing auto manufacturing jobs in the United States. You're losing lumber jobs to the United States. And now you haven't even got a plan to defend Canada's borders. And if you did have a plan, you don't have the money because you don't have an economy. So the idea is that the Liberals took as their own from the Conservatives, building our national defenses, building pipelines, axing carbon tax, negotiating with the USA. These are all going to hurt Canadians today and tomorrow, especially when you consider the massive deficit that this Liberal government has incurred is going to be paid for by our children and our children's children. And I, like many other members, get asked the question, well, what would the Conservatives do? Well, we already did it through the Liberals getting elected, but they couldn't implement the promises that they took from the Conservatives. But what more could we do? Get rid of the hidden taxes. The clean fuel regulations are going to add 7 cents a litre to fuel this year and will rise to 17 cents per litre in 2030. not just at the pumps, but for shipping goods and services. Get rid of the industrial carbon tax. That adds cost to shipping and farming and groceries. Get rid of it. The food packaging tax. That's adding tax. That's adding cost at the groceries level, which is going to get passed on to consumers. By the way, Canada, in their wisdom, has said they're going to lift the plastics bans for plastic straws and goods to be shipped to the United States, which will make life affordable for the United States, but they will not do the same for Canadians. Everything's going to the United States, Stellantis. This government gives Stellantis auto manufacturing $220 million. What does Stellantis do? They go on to the United States and they invest it in the auto manufacturing sector in the United States. This is all talk. This is all stopgap measures while real people are suffering and trying to make decisions that not only affect their daily lives but their future lives. We can't afford to keep going like this. Take a page from First Nations leaders saying you should look down 7 generations when you're making decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Bill C-19 is a piece of legislation that will, in fact, at least be a sincere and genuine attempt by the government to be able to provide assistance to individuals through the program, Mr. Speaker, which will see significant amounts of money to help with the issue of affordability of groceries. You know, the Conservatives like to give this impression that Canada is broken. And today we hear a lot about, Canada has the worst inflation in the G7. You know, in fairness, go back the last 5 years. Take a look at the cumulative inflation rate. And you'll find there might be 1 or 2 countries that actually have done better than Canada on that front in terms of the G7. You know, when the member talks about think about future generations, that's exactly what this government is doing. That's one of the reasons why we have Bill C-19.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Okay, that wasn't a question. That was a bit of a ramble. But the member's always getting up and asking about, what are we doing here talking about this? Because we got elected to come here to debate these issues. And I made a commitment long ago to make sure that if I'm in opposition, I'm going to hold the government to account. And the member just got through saying that this is going to address grocery prices. No, it's not. It's a tax rebate. The person that actually takes advantage of that tax rebate, if they qualify, are going to have to decide how do they use it. Pay the rent bill, the phone bill, the mortgage bill, or the grocery bill. That's a tough decision.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for Skeena-Bulkley Valley for his speech. Mr. Speaker, I listened to his speech and I think we're about on the same page when we talk about supporting C-19. We think it's necessary because we need to assist Quebecers and Canadians in an extremely difficult context financially for families. But once again, I think it's good to help people when they're in need, but the government doesn't put in place measures that will help people with dignity to improve, to develop their skills. And we know artificial intelligence will take a lot of jobs over the coming years. So I'd like to know if my colleague agrees that beyond tax measures, beyond support measures with checks or programs, as this government often proposes, does he not agree with the fact that we should equip people to face the challenges of the future that will be many in the area of jobs, that will certainly be even more costly if we don't take measures, if we don't face these challenges now?
For Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. And 100% I agree. We should be looking at capacity development for Canadians. In fact, that's what we've been doing in Skeena-Bulkley Valley for a number of years. And it does pay dividends in terms of independence. And those people are making good paychecks, actually contribute to the economy. This shrinking economy for Canada in the last 10 years, in terms of oil, gas, forestry, mining, I don't think we've actually begun to see the real level of hurt that our future Canadians are going to see in the future.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to talk a few minutes about what is actually causing some of the food price inflation. And the outlook for net farm cash receipts is going to go down 15% in 2025. What do farmers do if they have less cash? They produce less food. The economy is projected was just shrunk by 0.5% in the last quarter, meaning that we have less production in our country. So if farmers are producing less, the economy is shrinking, what does my colleague think is going to happen with a cash influx to people when there's going to be more cash chasing fewer goods?
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Geez, it's basically how a responsible government is supposed to look at the economy. Basic capital is going to leave, jobs are going to leave, the brain drain is going to happen. In this case, agriculture, we're going to have to import more foods. And with this government is actually considering supporting the International Maritime Organization shipping carbon tax. So another hidden carbon tax that won't even go to Ottawa, it'll go to some agency in New York or Geneva. And by the way, one of the things that I find ridiculous is the Liberals questioning the hidden taxes when we have farmers on this side of the House that are saying, no, I can see the costs, and it's going to have to be passed on consumers. So it's not imaginary taxes, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley and his discourse, what he shared. It was very, very provocative, and it brought back some memories. And normally when we get up to speak, we try and give the interpreters a bit of a heads up of what we're going to say. But his intervention has hit home close to me. And it reminded me of my childhood, of growing up below the poverty line under Trudeau Sr. At a time when my mother and I had to go to a Salvation Army and get a $10 food voucher, which back then was a lot of money. We didn't have a car, we didn't have a TV, and we struggled to put food on the table. And there were times when we didn't have much in the cupboard, and by the miracle and grace of God, someone would show up in our driveway with a bunch of groceries. And Mr. Speaker, I may have moved, but I know that that's the type of people I represent in Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan. The generosity of those people are second to none. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I say that this hits close to home, it hits close to home because the Moose Jaw District Food Bank is just a few blocks away from my riding office. And last week, the Executive Director, Jason Moore, made it clear what families in my riding are facing. He said about this government's grocery benefit, it'll help, but it's not going to be a fix for every solution for food banks. Mr. Moore understands what many working families in Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan know all too well, that even those earning modest incomes often fall through the cracks. Their household incomes puts them above the benefits threshold, but they're still struggling with the bills that have become unaffordable. Mr. Speaker, this reference is to those who have access to food banks. What about those who don't have the access to food banks in their communities, like my mother? Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will support Bill C-19 because families need help right now. We'll let this pass because every dollar matters when families are choosing between groceries and other essentials. But let's be honest about what this is. It's a Band-Aid solution and barely covers a few trips to the grocery store. This is a recycled Trudeau-era policy that provides temporary relief without addressing the fundamental problem of driving grocery costs through the roof. Now, I've heard my colleague from across, from Winnipeg North, say that the Prime Minister is focused. The Prime Minister is focused. He'll keep saying that, and he'll repeat it, but the Prime Minister is looking at life through a straw, and he needs to take the straw away and open up his eyes and see the problems. Take the focus off of what you're trying to make yourselves look good at doing and focus on the root issues, the root problems that we are facing and that every household in Canada is facing. We're supporting families in this crisis, but we refuse to pretend that this fixes anything. Because while the government offers handouts with one hand, their policies continue to drive up costs with others. And if you want to be transparent, then disclose all the taxes that go into something. I remember doing that as the mayor of my city of Moose Jaw. We, in their tax roll, we showed everyone where their taxes were going. And we should be able to do that for the constituents of our riding when they're going to the grocery store. And they should understand where their taxes so that they understand the costs that are being driven up by this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, this government consistently dismisses Conservative concerns about taxes driving up food costs. When we point to the industrial carbon tax, clean fuel regulations, and regulatory burdens throughout the supply chain, they claim food inflation is simply a global issue affecting everyone. But the facts tell a different story. Canada now leads the entire G7 in food inflation at 6.2%, worse than the United States at 3.1%, worse than the United Kingdom at 4.2%, worse than Germany, Japan, France, and Italy. Food policy experts confirm that most of Canada's food inflation is now policy-induced, with carbon pricing embedded throughout the supply chain. Mr. Speaker, if food inflation is truly just a global problem, as this government claims, why does Canada have the worst food inflation in the G7? What is this government doing differently that's making groceries more expensive for Canadians than for families in every other major developed economy? The answer is clear. Policy failure. Policy failure. While other G7 nations manage global pressures, Canada has added layers of domestic costs that make us uniquely uncompetitive. Mr. Speaker, Saskatchewan feeds Canada. We're one of the world's largest producers of wheat, canola, and pulses. When policy when policy costs drive up input costs for Saskatchewan farmers, those costs don't disappear. They show up in the grocery stores across the country. The industrial carbon tax affects every stage of food production, the fuel for tractors and combines, the transportation to move grain, the fertilizers to grow crops, the processing facilities that turn commodities into food. Clean fuel regulations add another 7 cents per litre on diesel and gasoline that farmers depend on. These aren't abstract policy debates. They're direct cost increases that get passed through the supply chain. When it costs more to grow food in Saskatchewan, it costs more to buy food in grocery stores from Victoria to St. John's. And here's the cruel irony. Working families in Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan pay these higher grocery costs caused by policies hitting their neighbors' farms, but many earn just enough to be cut off from the grocery benefit. They face policy-driven food inflation without getting the government Band-Aid solution. Mr. Speaker, you cannot tax the people who grow the food, process the food, and transport the food, and then act surprised when food becomes unaffordable for families. Mr. Speaker, instead of addressing Canada's position as the G7 leader in food inflation, this government offers temporary handouts while doubling down on policies driving costs higher. Real food affordability requires addressing root causes. Remove the industrial carbon tax burden on farmers, processors, and transporters. Eliminate clean fuel regulations that add 7 cents per litre to agricultural food costs. Cut the regulatory red tape that makes Canadian food production less competitive than our G7 counterparts. But this government won't do that. They'd rather give families a few $100s to pay the inflated grocery bills their policy created. It's like breaking someone's leg, then offering them crutches and expecting them to say thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's more than breaking a leg. It's breaking people's spirits. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will support Bill C-19 because when families are struggling, we don't play politics with their grocery bills. But supporting temporary relief doesn't mean accepting permanent policy failure, and we will continue to point that out. They must acknowledge that Canada doesn't lead the G7 in food inflation by accident. We lead because of policy choices and bad governance. Families in Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, and across Canada deserve better than recycled Band-Aid policies. They deserve a government that makes food affordable by making food production competitive. Mr. Speaker, it's time to stop taxing food and start feeding families. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Secretary of State for Sports.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know it's convenient for the Conservatives to say that a GST rebate is from Justin Trudeau's playbook for some reason, but as a kid that grew up in the 80s and the 90s when there was a GST rebate that helped lower income families, that helped my family, I'd like to call that into question. It's an age-old, in fact, Canadian policy that has worked for decades, and it's a means-tested way to get money to families who need it most. But throughout the member's speech, he referred to industrial carbon pricing in an erroneous way. So if you could cite a source for or some data that backs up what he says, because what I have here is that industrial carbon pricing, such as Canada's output-based pricing system, has a negligible or net zero impact on consumer food costs and actually makes some sectors more competitive, lowering costs. So if he's got an example of how what he said, industrial carbon taxing, industrial carbon pricing is having any impact on food, the science doesn't back it up, so I'd love to hear it.
The Honourable Member from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. All I have to do is go into my riding and speak to a farmer. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, and I congratulate him on his resilience and the challenges he overcame, which surely made him stronger. I'd like to hear his perspective on an issue, the increase of the cost of living, and he targets the carbon tax a lot. My question for him, does he not recognize that with climate change, with the acceleration of the deterioration of the climate, with floods, droughts, the extremes we see more and more, does that not also have a cost, add a cost to food, because our farmers are facing more and more difficult conditions, so they're not as able to produce as they were before climate change?
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
I thank my colleague from the bloc for his question, and when I speak to farmers, one of the biggest challenges that they've dealt with is drought, but that has happened throughout their farming history. In fact, if you go to the University of Regina and you look at the history of drought, it's happened since 1902, and there's large periods within our history that shows that there have been droughts. And one of the things that the Liberal government could actually do is step up to the plate and partner with the provincial government and help with the Upper Capel Water program and actually help farmers and contribute, because what would actually happen would be that there would be sustainable crops and there would be a better return on investment. But what we see with the carbon tax is we don't know where the money goes. And it's like a slush fund for the Liberals. So I appreciate the question that's been brought forward, but I've never met a farmer that didn't know how to recycle and didn't know how to look after their land better than this Liberal government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yorkton, Melville.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I definitely appreciate what my colleague has been saying today. You know, I sense from this government, they claim they care, but yet they create the problem that they end up having to come out with a solution for that is short-term. And a member across the floor, when talking about their food program in the school, said that parents should be grateful because they are not having to spend $800 on food that the government is spending on a food program in school. Just wondering what he might have heard in his riding about having the government feed their children when they have the ability to do that on their own. Is their preference?
Honourable Member from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
You know, I appreciate my colleague bringing this question to me. I talk about earlier on about pride. And one of the things that you want to be able to do as a father or mother is to provide for your family. And when you can't provide because, you know, the Liberal boot's on your throat, and then they turn around and say, we've started up a food program, I think parents would prefer to be able to send their kids to school with food that they've provided for them, as opposed to a program that's been initiated by the Liberal government. And so, as I said, I faced challenges growing up, living below the poverty line, and it wasn't until the mid-'80s when the Conservative Party got into power that we really started to flourish and that jobs and growth in this country really started happening. And it was a great day to see the former Prime Minister Trudeau be walking in the snow and the Conservatives having a seat at the table.
It being 6:42, pursuant to order made earlier today, Bill C-19, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, is deemed and read a second time on division.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi est renvoyé au...
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am increasingly concerned that the government views the current logjam and the acrimony that seems to exist between Canada and the United States as beneficial to its political fortunes. Every time the U.S. enters the news cycle, it distracts from their record of failures here at home, highest food inflation in the G7, a shrinking economy in the last quarter. And so despite its, quote, Canada strong rhetoric, the government continues taking actions that, in my opinion, appear to sabotage our relationship with the United States. For example, the decision to reconsider Canada's purchase of the F-35 jet, a jet that the military has said is the right jet. A decision by the Prime Minister to go to Davos and give a speech that draws a dishonest equivalency between the United States and China, and then goes on to squarely and firmly poke the President in the eye. If you're entering in a negotiation, why would you do that? So, simple question to the government. What's the plan here?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are right to expect that when government engages abroad, it is to bring home opportunities, more secure jobs, more resilient supply chains, and more diversified markets. That is exactly what the government has been doing, helping Canadians navigate economic headwinds, opening new opportunities in fast-growing regions, and defending Canadians against unfair trade measures. The pressures faced by Canadian workers and producers across the country are real and deserve acknowledgement from this House. From farmers navigating sudden tariff announcements to auto workers facing disrupted North American supply chains to steel workers dealing with unfair trade measures, Canadians and sectors across the country feel the impact of global economic turbulence. In a world of rising protectionism, Canada cannot retreat behind its borders. We must face these challenges head-on. Canada has traditionally depended on a narrow set of markets, particularly the United States, for the bulk of our exports. That closeness remains a strength, but over-reliance has left Canada vulnerable to sudden shifts in the trade policy of our southern neighbor. That is why trade diversification is at the forefront of our economic strategy. Modern agreements, expanded economic diplomacy, and targeted trade missions that create new opportunities for Canadians' goods and services. These efforts include ambitious targets like doubling the non-U.S. export over the next decade. At the leadership level, that engagement includes the Prime Minister's recent visit to China, which focused on stabilizing the bilateral relationship, addressing trade irritants affecting Canadian exporters, and reopening channels for Canadian agri-food businesses. When countries impose tariffs on Canadian products such as lumber, steel, and aluminum, canola, or autos, this government does not back down. Instead, it addresses unfair measures with calibrated responses to protect Canadian industries while working intensively to remove barriers through negotiation. That is the responsible governance, what it looks like, standing up for our industries, being honest with Canadians, working toward negotiated solutions, and supporting impacted sectors and workers. Mr. Speaker, to answer the member's question directly, the Prime Minister will continue to showcase the best of Canada in order to open new markets, secure new jobs, and reduce the leverage any single market can ever yield over Canadian livelihoods.
The Honourable Member for York-Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Follow-up. The Ministry of Public Safety reported that importers owe the Government of Canada in excess of $2.3 billion in customs duty. The purpose of the CARM system, the Customs and Revenue Management System, was to simplify reporting at the border, make it easier for the CBSA, the Canada Border Services Agency, to collect and account for goods. But instead, outstanding amounts have in fact grown over the last several years, from about $1.8 billion in 2022 to $2.3 billion as of October of this year. And to put that into context, that's about 1/3 of the entire revenue that the CBSA collects in a year is outstanding. So why is performance getting worse, and what is the government doing to collect that outstanding duty?
Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is that tariffs on steel, aluminum, canola, lumber, autos, and other sectors are not the result of Canadian engagement. They are part of a global surge in protectionism driven by decisions in other capitals. This government will continue to defend the rules-based trading system, protect our workers, and create new trade opportunities for our businesses.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to rise on behalf of the wonderful, hardworking farmers and producers in the constituency of Yorkton Melville and across Canada. While I speak tonight in the dead of winter, it's important for all Canadians to know that a farmer's work does not end with the harvest. It's a relentless, continuous job of meticulous planning and precision execution where success from year to year is not guaranteed. Farming families are subject to market forces, unpredictable weather patterns, and other phenomena they cannot control. However, what they all hope can be reasonably relied on is their own federal government's attitude towards food production and the tools that they need to get the job done. Before the House recessed, I asked the Minister direct questions specifically about fertilizer production in Canada. Fertilizer production is essential to Canadian agriculture and to our food security. Across this country, over 118,000 Canadians are directly or indirectly employed by the industry, many of them in rural regions like Yorkton Melville, where these jobs are the backbone of local economies. And yet, instead of supporting this vital sector, the Liberal government is punishing it. I asked the Minister why Liberal insists on maintaining a $1.3 billion industrial carbon tax on Canadian-made fertilizer. I asked why they've chosen to impose bulk fertilizer label changes that will cost the industry over $120 million. And I asked why they have no problem with the industry losing $48 billion through their 30% by 2030 emissions target. Every one of these costs must be either absorbed by the industry or passed down to the consumers. In both cases, it results in higher costs for food for Canadians. Consider for a moment excuses when every comparable country is doing better than Canada. Food inflation is a homegrown problem driven by high Liberal taxes on farmers, fertilizer producers, and food processors, combined with inflationary deficits to make everything more expensive. The trickle-down consequences are devastating. In Canada, a G7 nation, food banks saw nearly 2.2 million visits in a single month last year. The 2026 Food Price Report estimates it will cost $17,600 to feed a family of four, $1,000 more than last year. Those are debilitating costs for any middle-class family, but let alone families that are already struggling to get by. Both consumers and farmers are being squeezed from every direction. Operating costs have risen 2.5% in a single year. Higher energy prices drove up fertilizer costs, fuel for farm equipment, and the cost of transporting food from the farm gate to the store. Producers were forced to take on a 14.1% more debt in 2024, the largest annual increase since 1981. We remember when Mr. Pierre Trudeau was there. These are family farms, these are multi-generational operations, and this government is pushing them closer to the brink. Conservatives have offered a clear and common sense way forward. We've called on the government to scrap the industrial carbon tax on fertilizer and farm equipment, eliminate the 17% litre fuel standard on gas and diesel, and axe the billion-dollar food packaging tax, all hidden taxes that drive up the cost of food for everyone. Sadly, the Liberals have already rejected this proposal, and as we get closer and closer to another growing season, farmers and producers are faced with this government that is entrenched in its ideology and unwilling to act on affordability. It is unwilling to, at the very least, get out of the way of our fertilizer producers and farmers so they can do what they do best, feed this nation and feed the world.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that some people think that after February 1st you shouldn't, but I'd like to wish you a Happy New Year because it's the first time I've been able to engage with you. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of Canada's industrial carbon pricing system is straightforward and fair. Large producers should take responsibility for the pollution they produce. That is the principle at the heart of this policy and is one Canadians understand instinctively. When pollution has real costs for our health, our environment, our economy, and our future, those costs should not be absorbed by families, taxpayers, or future generations. Instead, it seems that the opposition has not taken the time to understand the substance of our environmental policies. Mr. Speaker, what I do know is that within billions is the $57 billion in decarbonization relating to industrial carbon pricing infrastructure. The industrial carbon pricing system is not a tax designated to punish industry. It's a performance-based system that applies only to Canada's largest emitters and is carefully collaborated to maintain competitiveness while driving cleaner growth. Facilities are charged only on emissions above a set standard, which rewards companies that operate more efficiently and invest in cleaner technologies. Those that innovate pay less. Those that pollute more are expected to pay more. This approach is essential for Canada's economic future. Global markets are moving quickly towards low-carbon production. Major trading partners are introducing carbon border measures and clean procurement standards. Countries that fail to reduce industrial emissions will face growing trade barriers and investment risks. Industrial carbon pricing helps ensure Canadian products remain competitive in a world that increasingly values low-emission production. The system also provides flexibility. Facilities can reduce emissions directly, improve efficiency, switch fuels, generate credits, or purchase credits from others who outperform their targets. This market-based design keeps costs down and allows businesses to choose the most cost-effective path forward, rather than imposing rigid rules or blanket changes. It is also important to be clear about what this policy does and does not do. It does not apply to families at the checkout counter, it does not apply to farms, and it is not the driver of rising grocery prices. Food inflation has been shaped by global energy shocks, supply chain disruptions, climate-related crop losses, and international market volatility. Pressures being felt well beyond our country's borders. Mr. Speaker, abandoning the polluter pays principle would not make Canada more competitive. It would make us less prepared. It would leave Canadian industries exposed to future trade penalties and undermine the investments already underway to modernize our economy. Our approach ensures that heavy industry does its fair share, innovation is rewarded, and Canada remains a strong, credible trading partner in a rapidly changing global economy. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Our farmers are the cleanest in the world, and they have the most innovative farming in the world. They should not be penalized. Judging from the empty rhetoric we've heard from this government in recent days, farmers and producers are in for another season of uncertainty when it comes to keeping their businesses to be competitive. It's also clear that Canadian families must also brace for another year of pain at the checkout. Last week, the Prime Minister admitted something Canadians already knew. He has no plan to stop food inflation, which is now the highest in the G7. Instead of real solutions, Canadians are getting recycled, half-baked, Trudeau-era, Carney-condoned policies policies. Their grocery benefit is a temporary stopgap that ignores the root cause of rising prices. They have created massive inflationary deficits and piled on taxes that increase the cost to grow, ship, and sell food. They prefer to have Canadians destitute and forced to accept their dependence on Liberal handouts. People can see right through it. They know that every dollar spent by this government comes out of the pockets of Canadians. They know that yet another government program is failing to get to the root of the problems that they have caused. Conservatives have put forward real solutions the Liberals have voted down. We remain ready to work with this government to cut hidden Liberal taxes on food and fruit.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, industrial carbon pricing is about fairness and economic responsibility. When pollution imposes real costs, those costs should be borne by the largest emitters, not by families and not by farmers. The system is designed to protect industrial competitiveness and reward efficiency and align Canada with global clean market rules. Scrapping it would not lower grocery prices or strengthen industry. It would weaken Canada's position at a time when clean production is becoming a condition for access to global markets. Our focus is clear. It remains on a strong economy, fair rules, and long-term competitiveness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour, as always, to rise on behalf of the people of Elgin, St. Thomas, and London, all of whom have seen firsthand the rise in crime that has taken place over the last 10 years, aggravated largely by Liberal reforms to bail and Liberal reforms to criminal justice that have made it easier for repeat, often violent offenders to be out on the streets. This is why I spent much of the summer engaging with members of the community, with members of municipal governments, with members of law enforcement, hearing their concerns to bring to Ottawa, not just as a member of Parliament, but also as a member of the House of Commons Justice Committee, a committee I was tremendously honoured to be appointed to because I wanted to have a hand directly in addressing some of these issues. And I was quite frustrated when the very first bill that came before this committee from the government was not a bill fixing the bail system. It wasn't a bill reforming sentencing. It wasn't a bill that was beefing up mandatory minimum sentences. It was, in fact, a bill that took aim at freedom of expression and religious liberty. I'm talking, of course, about Bill C-9, the very first justice priority identified by this government.
Shameful.
Now, this is a bill that I have spent a lot of time engaging with representatives of faith communities and basically of all communities that feel it will infringe on their rights. I've had roundtables in my own riding with faith leaders, and I've had roundtables in town halls across the country. Thousands of Canadians have come out personally to these to share their concerns, and there have been countless more that have phoned our offices, that have emailed, that have dropped by. I believe one group said 40,000 phone calls were made by their volunteers to Liberal members of Parliament urging them to withdraw Bill C-9. And I cite that now to show the priority issue that we have seen from the government when it comes to justice. I said in my question to the Secretary of State for Combating Crime that Canadians wanted action on real crime, not thought crime. Now, I'm pleased that between then and now, finally, my Liberal colleagues on the Justice Committee have agreed to do what we tried, I believe, close to 20 times to get them to do in December, which was set aside this divisive and toxic Bill C-9 and focus on bail. I'm very pleased that right now the Justice Committee is working on Bill C-14, a bill that, despite, I believe, not going far enough, at least is a response to some of these concerns that we have heard. We similarly have a bill that just today was referred to committee, Bill C-16, that I believe, again, has tackling the real criminal justice priorities that Canadians have identified. So the question that I was asking to the Secretary of State, and a question that I reiterate tonight to the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice, with whom I have the great privilege of serving on the Justice Committee, is whether this Liberal government has truly heard the concerns of Canadians and whether its justice priorities are in dealing with the revolving door bail system, acknowledging the role that Liberal laws have played in making that problem what it is today, and whether they will commit now to focusing on these real criminal justice priorities and not on this bill that countless Canadians have said will infringe on their rights. Can we get that commitment from the Parliamentary Secretary right now?
The Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite from Elgin, St. Thomas, London South for the question, though I have to say it is deeply misleading. That member asserts that the Liberals rejected not about 20, but 17 attempts to advance critical bail reforms. That is simply not true. What we rejected were Conservative attempts to derail and kill the Combating Hate Act. This bill that would make it illegal to publicly display hate symbols when the goal is to promote hatred against a group of people, treat crimes motivated by hate more seriously by creating specific hate crime offense when someone commits a crime because they hate a group of people, make it a crime to intimidate or obstruct people's lawful access to places like churches, synagogues, mosques, or other spaces used by identifiable communities. Mr. Speaker, these are not new ideas. They were direct recommendations from the House of Commons Fighting Anti-Semitism report, a report that, surprise, surprise, the Conservative members themselves supported. So when the member talks about attacks on religious freedom, let's be honest. We are the party of the Charter, the very same party that literally wrote the freedom of expression and religion into the Constitution. What Conservatives are doing is simple: running around telling church and mosque leaders that freedom of religion is under attack and then passing the hat to fundraise off a claim they know is false. They're not defending faith. They are using faith communities as ATMs, Mr. Speaker. Now, on bail reform and Bill C-14, I must correct the record again. The reality is, out of those so-called 17 attempts, I was the first to move a motion to fast-track Bill C-14 and send it back to the House. And what did the Conservatives do? They voted against it. If anyone listens carefully to that broadcast, you can literally hear them voting no and saying they needed more time to study. More time to study, Mr. Speaker? We've been studying the bail reform since September at Justice Committee. Police chiefs, police associations, municipalities, the premiers of Alberta, BC, and Ontario have all called for the passage of Bill C-14, and yet Conservatives, once again, they said they needed more time. There is no more time to study. It is time to act and pass the Bill C-14. Let me remind the House, Mr. Speaker, all last fall, Conservatives refused to pass Bill C-14, our Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, to keep violent offenders off our streets. Even after police chiefs across the country called on them to act, they said no. Now suddenly they support the fast-tracking the bill. We do welcome that change, but let's be clear, this urgency was missing when it mattered the most. Better late than never, I guess. But let's not rewrite history. This government is serious about crime, about victims, and about real solutions. We will protect communities from violent offenders, and we will protect Canadians from hate and intimidation at the same time. Let's stop the misinformation, stop the obstruction, and get to work on keeping our communities safe.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
I didn't know there was a Secretary of State for revisionism, but here we are. And by the way, from the party of the Charter that was just found a couple of weeks ago by the Federal Court of Appeal to have trampled on the civil liberties of Canadians, I find that a little bit rich. But let me just say, when the Parliamentary Secretary dismisses the concerns about Bill C-9's attack on religious freedoms, she's actually saying that the Conference of Catholic Bishops, the United Church of Canada, the Anglican Church of Canada, the Rabbinical Council of Toronto, the Canadian Council of Imams, the National Council of Canadian Muslims, that they all know less about religious freedom and their values and ability to uphold and preach these values than the Liberal government does. So will she say right now that she knows better than all of these people that have lined up to denounce C-9 in whole or in part, particularly the removal of long-standing protections for religious speech?
Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Mr. Speaker, we're here to talk about bail reform, and so I would hope that the member opposites stay on topic. After refusing to pass Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, before Christmas, I welcome the member's recent support, a Liberal motion to study Bill C-14 in 3 days and move it forward. Canadians will be watching the Justice Committee this Wednesday when Bill C-14 goes to its final clause-by-clause stage. Conservatives say they are deeply and they care about bail reform. If that's true, then let's see them pass it on Wednesday and report it back to this House for a third reading. I really hope the member opposite does not once again spend hours in committee talking about cats and dogs just to run out of the clock. This bill is way too important, and I hope the Conservatives will support us to fast-track it.
La motion portant que la...
The motion to adjourn the House has now been deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.